They hit the bank with a tank? That's a new wrinkle. Salieri. Haven't heard that name in years. Lost heaven back in the 30s. Place was crawling with wise guys. Ennio Salieri. Could this be his play? But who? Most of his boys are either 6 feet under or doing time upstate. Soda crates, taxi lamp? How do they connect? They connect through one man. Tommy Angelo. A cabbie who became a soldier. Un Predatore.
Welcome to the family.
They went to war with Morello. Damn near burned Lost Heaven to the ground. Race car parts. So, our mystery man's some kind of racing fan? Christ, kid. Don't you read the papers? Tommy Angelo's big win at the Grand Prix? That's front page news. That race was hell. Damn near impossible. What kind of tank are we looking at here? Italian medium. Fires off 4 shots back to back. Packs a serious punch. We track down this beast, we crack the case. Predatory. Tank theft. Bank job in the middle of the day. This isn't some 2-bit crook. This has Angelo's fingerprints all over it. But Angelo's gone. Just like the rest of Salieri's family. So, who's got the Predatory? Whoever's bold enough to go for it. Once you're in for life. Welcome to the family.
Greetings, tankers. I'm your instructor, and this is Season 2 of Tank Coach. Here, you will learn all about vehicle types and their roles. Today, we'll talk about the most versatile warriors in the game. This episode is about medium tanks. They are typically vehicles with a reasonable balance of maneuverability, firepower, and protection. They're a good choice for a player who has already learned the heavy tank gameplay and now wants something more dynamic. All tanks are different, and all of them, starting from Tier 6, have roles. Medium tanks are no exception. The versatile medium tank is the most common role. These can do a bit of everything, but it doesn't mean they're mediocre. They can snipe and go on assault when required, so they act according to the situation. Assault medium tanks share some traits with heavy tanks. They excel at close range, while their armor gives some room for error and allows for more aggressive play. This is the best choice for new players and fans of using armor at the front line. Sniper medium tanks have higher firepower and often good maneuverability, but they pay for it with lower survivability. They're usually played at mid and long range. In the hands of a skilled player, they can be successful at close range. Support medium tanks are often equipped with an autoloader or auto-reloader. This kind of vehicle dishes out a lot of damage in a short time. At the start of battle, a support tank is best to stay behind sturdier allies and then look for opportunities to strike when there is more space to maneuver on the map. Let's say you've chosen the vehicle role. It's time to equip your tank for battle. Besides the classic Brothers in Arms and repair perks, take a look at Smooth Ride and Snapshot for more accurate fire. Concealment and Firefighting for increased survivability. Recon and Situational Awareness for better view range. There are many other useful perks that will help you become more effective. Train them and experiment. A turbocharger will make you faster. Put it into a special mobility slot. If you can use a gun rammer, just do it. A vertical stabilizer is desirable for most medium tanks. It's not fitted for low-tier machines, but the following two pieces of equipment can be used. Coated optics will boost your view range. They're useful to have in the second set of equipment that you can unlock with field modification. Improved ventilation is a timeless classic. It improves a bit of everything. It's preferable to use its bounty or improved version. Improved hardening will suit many assault medium tanks. So, you've equipped your tank and entered a battle. In a sniper medium tank, look for a position with bushes and lines of fire to the enemy. In a versatile medium, find suitable terrain for a hull-down position. In an assault medium tank, use a position for damage blocking on the front line. In a support medium, keep behind your allies and act according to the situation. But this applies to any role. If your team is left without light tanks, a medium tank can sometimes also play the role of a scout. But be careful. Tank safe positions, although not far from the front line. Use bushes, fell trees, and hide your hull using terrain and cover. Survive at the start of the battle to have space for maneuver close to the end. Try to attack reloading enemies and break their tracks by shooting their wheels. Remember that medium tanks often have a better rate of fire than heavy tanks and tank destroyers, so you can trade one enemy shot for two of your own. Be nimble and flexible. Be aware of your surroundings and the mini-map to keep control of the situation. Keep close to your allies and see you on the battlefield.
World's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Hello gamers and welcome to the AMD Clan Showdown Day 1, joined here today by Banter, ready for some good old 15v15, huh?
That I am. Glad you invited me back. I thought you were sick of me, but apparently not.
It's really Kihan's idea, to be honest, mainly. But yeah, starting it off with a interesting clash, right? For the people that have been with us for a very long time. Twitch drops are of course active as well, running from the moment that you're watching this. Do not forget to refresh just to make sure everything's working all right for today. And then tomorrow, the mystery drop coming in there as well. So a little bit of goodies for everyone, if you want those, of course, as well. And yeah, the interesting part here, Banter, is, you know, if people remember for a very long time, those two logos are very interesting, right? Because 3XR kind of turned into what Inval is today, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like a majority Polish team, but still international, being led by Piotr, who used to be the main FC for Invil. So yeah, it's quite interesting how, you know, there's a bit of drama in the background. Mentos and Piotr now playing together for this team against their former team Invil. So a bit of internal drama, a bit of could call it almost a derby, but a bit of both teams wanting to really win today.
I mean, so far Piotr's ahead though, you know, winning the last season. So let's see if Invil can return the favor today in 15v15. That's going to be the first match. Then the second match is going to be Rix versus Kylie. Rix, formerly known as Motivacja, have a lot of experience in there as well. Who's going to win between those two is going to be very interesting. Then after that, we're going to move towards the lower bracket where Aurora is waiting. And ooh, Aurora, last time around made it all the way to the finals, so a lot of hopes there, but they're going to set it off in the lower bracket though.
Yeah, starting off in the lower bracket, you know, it's one of those things. We've seen teams climb through the lower brackets before, but it is difficult. You know, you've only got one shot in every game. There's no backup plan. It's always safer to be in that upper bracket, but they can make it work. We've seen Ten's one of those teams with probably some of the highest player skill teams out there. Tactically, they've been a bit hit and miss, playing with quite a slow play style, but you can't knock the players in there. A lot of famous names, and yeah, we'll need to see whoever goes down to face them. It'll be either Kylie or Rix who will get them, right?
So you can see 3XRW. It's their first appearance together, because it's kind of like, it's not W anymore. You can see the likes of Rishek in there as well. Like, I think this is a combination of the two OLS teams, right? It's W, and then what team was Rishek in again?
I can't remember off the top of my head. I think Lotus, maybe?
Yes, I think that's right.
Got that knowledge down.
I think it's a combination of those two into this team against this Invil team. Playoff appearances 23, in which 11 gold fists. I mean, there's no badge past 10, so there's that. But not all of the players have the 10 wins, right? So there's still people that are grinding up towards it. I would have to check where they are right now. I think Monster has the badge, Piotr has the badge, and I don't know if anybody else does.
Teams in this lineup, so yeah, and this the XR team, you know, they've gone, you know, it's the top level international team. They've gone under so many names over the years, you know, Hive, Fists, whatever, so many different names that, but they've never been able to make it work, you know. So we'll have to see now if Piotr is finally the FC that can carry that international team to those golden fists. So many opportunities.
I mean, the funny part there, right, Banter? Look at this. Frugo is with Invil, and Piotr is with W.
Is that a positive? Is that a net positive trade in Europe?
It's just I just think it's very funny to see.
I mean, it's just a good thing that Invil don't play in English, right?
Right. So Frugo is going to be playing from China with them, if he's playing. I have no clue if he's actually playing.
I think I'm one of the few people who has experience with playing on EU from China. I can tell you the ping is not like great.
180.
No, it's more than that. You can get you need a VPN accelerator, which you have to pay for, and then I think you get between 200 and 300. It's easier from China. It's easier to play on NA than it is to play on EU. NA is about 200. EU is about 250 to 300.
I'm sure Frugot is going to be able to manage nonetheless if he
MVP.
plays. Yeah, Sand River being banned by 3XR. Invil banning Redshire. That gives us Cliff as very first one. I was going to say that 15v15 in general is quite a bit slower than Onslaught, which you guys are very used to by now. But Cliff, however, is extremely fast nonetheless, even in 15v15. Then we're going into Prokhorovka. Then third map is Himmels. It's really just an old school best of 7 here with Cliff, Proko, and Himmels. It's all of the old maps coming in.
Yeah, I mean, it's the maps they're most comfortable with, right? I mean, with some of the additions, Ents getting removed, Redshire and Highway being added. Redshire, we've had Redshire before, and we've had Highway, but the teams that came over from CIS region all the time ago, they had Redshire and definitely Highway for a lot longer than we have. So I think the EU teams are going to tend to avoid those. They're going to go for the more traditional maps, and we might see with the CIS, formerly CIS teams. Finally, I can now actually see. I can see it, but yeah, I think we're going to see the EU teams mostly going for the standard. I mean, yeah, Cliff, Proko, Himmels. Those are like the 3 old men of World of Tanks maps. They're just solid, not been changed that much, and they're always fun to watch.
Of course, since the last clan showdown, which was in August, some changes have happened to the game in general as well, with update 2.0, which also means the introduction of the Dravet, right? So there will be a meta shift there. We'll see a lot of those coming out. And Highway has had a relatively significant rework as well. So that will be interesting to see if when we do get towards that one. Everything else kind of the same though.
Yeah, kind of the same. As you said, the Dravet, it's kind of almost like an older chief. you know, 2 degrees less gun depression, but you do get that little bit better turret, better hull armor. You're not as wide, so, and the turrets, I think it's a bit better at side scraping. So there's advantages and disadvantages. I think IS-7 is still very playable, where in Chief meta it just wasn't. So we'll need to see how this affects the meta. I do think it will be heavy Dravex on most maps, not on Cliff. I think Cliff is still a BZ CS dominated arena, but we're gonna need to see. Predictions. Apparently Tents are gonna win this one.
Apparently Aurora is gonna win. Thanks, Kihan.
You know, he goes for the Germans, you know?
Even when they're not playing. It's...
Yeah. Things happen.
Yeah, I don't think that Cliff will be Dravets orientated either. This will probably be a BZ map still. Maybe a few. It's possible to bring a few, but
well, the meta has been slowly shifting to just heavy BZ. I wouldn't even be surprised if we see a lot of teams just play full BZ with like 1 or 2 CSs to take key positions. Just that boosting ability, the amount of HP you get, it's so valuable. But yeah, I'm looking now at the predictions. You and Kihan going for 3XR. Oh, there we go. It's fixed. And are you going? Oh no, you and me went for Invil. Kian, then Ian went for 3XR. Sorry.
I'm valuing Invil's 15v15 experience here, even without Piotr as a group.
I mean, the group stage, didn't look that great for Invil. I was quite surprised.
They never do. How many groups?
Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, they don't tend to perform great groups, but they always bring it in.
Yeah, I feel like okay. Recently, it's been a bit different, but for the longest period ever, their group stage was absolutely horrendous.
Yeah, even so, what was it? Once it was like
they almost
all 3 teams had 4 points, and they won on something. I can't remember. It was a long time ago. I remember there was Trig, someone else, and Invil all got 4 points. But yeah, again, I'm valuing their experience as well. I think losing Piotr is it's not good for Invil, because I think he is probably one of the best MCs.
They have Barbarian though, still. So.
True, but Barbarian, I'm not that much of a fan of that style of play. The kind of take 5k players and push one side. He has had some very nice tactics. I've seen those, but I do think Piotr is the better of the two. But lineups, as I predicted with Invil, almost a full lineup of BZs with only 2 CSs.
In return, 3XR bring in the T57 times 2, what seems to be 5 CSs, 140, and then BZs behind it.
Yeah, the Inspire medium coming out.
Yeah, 140 is honestly, like, I 907s would be the pick normally, but like the 140 with its alpha boost and stuff is not that bad either.
It's nice, but it's still a very niche pick here. I feel like if it didn't have the Inspire ability and Onslaught, it still wouldn't be taken. You know, like, we only ever see one 140. You don't see multiple, which means the tank isn't good enough in a group, but openings with Cliff, double BZ on lower side by 3XR, the CS, all crossing to the left with one spotting upper side. That's Cliff. We'll need to see if he takes some damage. Shots on the crossing, not that bad though. Minimal damage done by Invil.
Some damage being dealt to the CSS Chucky, taking the worst of it, and now Invil arriving in the middle en masse of those BZs. Gonna play in the top ramp, T57 in the back, and 3XR in the beginning just playing for the map control kind of strategy. Even in 15v15, you can see they're very far back on the south side, and Invil reacting now by pushing across. Can 3XR actually even hold this? Is this enough crossing over from Invil? What looks to be 5 BZs facing off against 5 tanks there as well. That is
Mentos on Crossfire.
Yeah, with Mentos on Crossfire with a BZ pushing lower side. Conrad will take the dip, so they will have advantage on this corner though.
Yeah, and that's forcing a reaction by 3XR. They're going to overpush this middle, but they don't really have the tanks there. Mayo gets absolutely deleted. They're pushing in, but it looks like equal numbers in the middle. CS has gone around the hill to try and farm from behind. But these T57s, they're not in the game at the moment. The tanks are quite slow. Idox forced a peek, and he gets deleted, minus 2k. These BZs just using that alpha. Now it's Lukin trying to shield his team, but this engagement is just not working out for 3XR at the moment.
These 57s absolutely have 0 game impact right now. They haven't even arrived yet. One's still in the 2-line, one is still in the back. Piotr now pushing over, but the HP lead is in Invil's favor. The gun is in Invil's favor as well, and they're starting to clean up this corner of resistance on the F-line. Itox down, looking to fall. Chucky dead as well. And there's nothing left for them on that corner. They went for this a little bit more passive approach in the beginning, but Invil simply crosses over with the just enough tanks and pressures those CSs. And the CS in a BZ 1v1, it doesn't really go the way of the CS63 usually. And that was a very solid round from Invil. Curious from 3XR, they expected the mid push, but the simple crossing is what undoes everything.
Yeah, like I said before, I think the meta is shifting a lot away from these CSs. CSs, sure, they have the DPM, but the amount of HP the BZ has, plus that boost ability allowing you to get so much engine power for going up that hill. I feel like this is a meta shift that Infill have adapted to quite well, but 3XR just haven't yet. But you've got to say, the older I get, the more I always used to think Cliff was a bit of a 50-50 map. But the older I've gotten, the more I've kind of realized, I think South Spawn is a little bit worse. You get a bit worse mid positions, you get worse hill, you kind of are forced to play the donut, and Infill, just nice simple crossing and using those BZs to bully the CSs. I quite wonder to myself, if 3XR had BZs in those positions instead of CSs, do you think it would have made a difference?
I don't think they would be playing that far back on the corner, for one. Now they kind of just got bullied away, stuck on the corner, deleted one by one. Milo is the first. And then
when they take that low ground, it's like your CS is on flat ground fighting against hold down BZs, and that's just never good. Like,
yeah, I think
your best case scenario is you trade 400 for 650.
I think they're missing somebody where Conrad is, but then for themselves, like in that hold down, something that Invil's forced to push on, where they can then repush off themselves. But also, this like the double T57 in this game is absolutely useless. I don't think they do anything whatsoever. I mean, Rishak is sniping from the 2-line, the other one is sniping in the buildings. And
I mean, he's there to counter an overpush that just never arrived. I mean, this, like you said, they expected an overpush, and Invil just crossed to the donut, and then after that, there was no play that 3XR could make here. It was just a strange one. It's kind of almost easy for Invil, actually.
I mean, they crossed just the appropriate amount, and 3XR is not able to react because there's more tanks out of the fight. Even though they're getting repushed, double tank out of the fight on 1-2, the 140 and the 57, a 57 in the back as well.
It's a nice graphic.
Yeah. Shout out to production, my G's.
Apparently, Invil are all died on the left, apart from Barkis.
Well, we don't pay attention to that one.
Okay, fair enough.
But these 57s, I mean, one does 7 shots, the other one does 2 shots. So. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's a niche pick, right? It's a bit of the surprise factor, but I don't feel on a map like this. I feel, T57 hasn't been changed in the longest time, right? 50B hasn't either, but 50B is effective because of the speed. But World of Tanks has become a much heavier meta with like Dravets and things like that, who can kind of bully those 50Bs away, so we're seeing less of those, and they haven't changed T57 for the longest time, so I just don't think it's that viable in 15v15 anymore. It's not quick enough, the armor is not effective. Sure, it has a really nice gun, but you don't have enough to really clip out a tank, and this was a bit of a niche tactic by 3XR. I think they wanted to throw Invil off, but Invil just, pushed right through their disguise, and yeah, they just ignored the T57s, went for that donut fight, and just bullied 3XR, to be honest.
I mean, picking tanks like this on Cliff, where it only works if they do exactly what they want to, what you want them to do, is kind of it's a bit too gambly, to be honest. And also, and Cliff is just the kind of map where, at the end of the day, against a team like Invil, I think you're kind of forced to take the fight, because they're not likely to make the mistake of dumbly pushing over the middle.
Yeah, exactly. It was kind of almost... I mean, the thing is, right, this isn't Onslaught. You see the enemy's lineup. So Invil will know there's these T57s, and they can adjust accordingly. And they did, and they adjusted really well. And it's kind of, like you said, Invil don't perform in groups, but in those playoffs, they're ever dominant. And going 1-0 up on 3XR's map pick is a nice way to start.
Yeah, I mean, if they win the second round here, they're already in a pretty good position, because of course best of 7 as well. I think for 3XR, you said you're not the greatest fan of Barbarian's style of FCing, but like the thing is as well, I think for 3XR, if they want to beat that style, they cannot just let them lead the pace of the game every time, because that is usually a killer.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. You need to find a way to, you need to find a way to counter the aggression, but the thing is, on Cliff, it's not that easy, because there's 2 lanes of approach. There's a donut in the middle, and if you can't push over the donut, they're just going to go straight for the middle. So, but as I said, I think 3XR are playing on the worst side of the map, so now let's have a look. Full BZs with 4 CSs by 3XR.
Invil, double... No, it's not Invil, it's 3XR. Double 50B, double BZ72, 1. 4 CSs, and a 140 again, and the rest being the normal BZs. The BZ72-1 has only one real advantage over the BZ75. I would say it's a bit faster.
It's a lot more accurate as well. Slightly more DPM, but it's negligible. The HP loss, I mean, like you look at the differences in HP, it's almost 400. So yeah, I mean, I do kind of like the BZ71. The speed is a nice advantage, and the gun is so much better than the BZ75, but I don't think it makes a massive difference. In the beginning, 3XR crossing with those CSs over, Infill crossing with 2 of their own, but those are kind of just holding tanks. Want to take the balcony and DJ to provide a bit of crossfire. Info's coming a bit late, but nice shots onto Tizek there.
Very good shots on towards Tisek. And now the question is, can 3XR react properly? They see the PZs pushing in towards 1-2. They kind of have to pressure the middle now, and already Panzer Fury taking a lot of damage as well on that corner. And this has to be 3XR re-aggressing this middle area before those BZs from 1-2 come back into the play. Barbarian on the corner needs to be careful as well, getting bullied back. 3XR now doing good focus fire. Panzer Fury is dead. Barbarian soon to follow. The CS63s are getting pushed back from behind because Infill knows they have to push back in. And currently it's a bit even. 2 for 2 guns down, but the crossfire now coming back in from Kono and DJ from 1-2 line, while the BZs from the 2 line as well, peeking from behind, getting that corner, starting to eliminate it as well. And I think Infill has come back just in time. Orchek does lose his loader, but does push Mentos out of the position, might slide down himself, will find the kill before that. And right now, when we settle this debate, it looks like Infill has wrestled back control.
Yeah, 3XR not looking that bad in the beginning. The fact that they had to make this mid-over push because the CSs were getting pressured from the lower by Panzer Fury and the other BZs, but Mentos is still alive in that crossfire position. Prufus does go down. They maybe stabilize this game. HP isn't horrendous here. DJ forced to peek over Tizek, takes a big one. Now the trade's not looking that bad for 3XR now that they've stabilized. We need to see that 140 fight on the lower side against the CS. If he can win that and then eventually force the CS off of the G2 balcony, it would be really actually important in this game. The issue is so much of that HP that 3XR have is on those 50Bs.
Ios does find monsters, so he is winning that 1v1. The good thing here right now is Piotr, though, in the BZ as well. He's very healthy. He could go back towards the top ramp. Click goes down in the BZ. That's the last remaining tank there for them in between those rocks. But yeah, the 50B of Nepal is very healthy, and Piotr probably wants to edge up on that ramp position. Mental's very crucial as well between those rocks. If he plays a good game of World of Tanks, he's going to be able to get a lot of damage out. Rishek crossing over in front of the PZs. I don't know what that was. Rishek just kind of giving himself up, but Ios has found an angle on towards Kono, hugging the side of the hill, but Kono finds the kill together with Tisek, I think, or just Kono sliding down, finds the kill. Rishek, not sure what that was. Needed to wait for Nepal, because look, Nepal is now arriving, and if they did this together, it would have been fine.
Yeah, it's a wild play though. Nepal pushes in on lower, but he takes a double volley from Barkis. He has to pen all these shots if he wants to, and then he will get repushed from lower by the CS. Connects on the first. Need to see if he connects the second. Does on Barkis. Barkis goes forward, gives him the boost. He takes him out, but Rexar picks up Nepal. Not the play. Miku peeks in the beginning, in the middle, picks up Ketsai. And now 3-on-5, a play needs to be made in this middle unless they want this crossfire for 1-2 to come in. And again, that little experience, individual player experience, edging out 3XR here by Invil. Just such little margins to win this game. It really looked like 3XR were getting back into it.
They were, I think, until the Rishek kind of decided to end the game.
Yeah.
If he does that together with Koro, they clean up the together with Nepal, they clean up the 2 line for sure. They clean it up and they give their team a real possibility. Not sure what that crossing was. I almost found Kono for that as well, which was crazy. Piotr now going back towards the ramp, but look at the control over the map that is slipping out of their hands right now. You have a CS63 going around the hill of DJ. He will find Miku, but also isolate Piotr later on. In the meantime, Kono is moving down 1-2 line as well, which will give him an angle towards Mentos at some point. A good shot from the CS63, which is Tisek. Finds a shot on towards Piotr, and now Miku will probably fall against DJ. DJ does miss the shot though, but DPM advantage there, so he does take the shot.
DJ's bounced shots in this position before, if my memory serves correctly.
He decides not to go. Okay, he's going for the peak now. Miku boosting forward. DJ does find the shot this time. It was a little further away on the 7 line in the buildings, but yeah, I guess what you mean. Mentos arriving in towards the middle, spots out Conrad. Will find the kill, so Piotr and Mentos versus 4. They have a possibility.
Yeah, but it's not Polish, the duo that have played together for so long, but it's such a hard one, 2v4. Piotr, the only one able to take a shot, but there's so many angles that people can appear from. I'm not sure. DJ, it's about a 50-51 shot for Piotr as well. Mentos gets spotted out. He'll probably go down to DJ if he connects this one.
Mentos just...
He does not. Yeah.
He spots the CS63 behind him, though. I think Piotr spotted that out. This is such a nasty crossfire from Invil, though. I mean, DJ is even closing back towards the middle because he can. And Mentos is pushing forward. Will get spotted out by DJ. DJ doesn't get the shot, but Rexar is going to be waiting in that BZ. And Tisek is actually the one to nail it from behind, leaving Piotr as the last one. And yeah, this new team, let's put it this way, had real possibilities here on Cliff, but at the end, Invil's experience, I think, carries them across the finish line. It will be 2-0 moving out of Cliff.
Yeah, that's not great on your map pick, but Cliff is one of those maps that can go any way. I'm quite surprised that Mentos decided to drive forward when Kono got spotted. I feel like if he went back and went to E4, he could have made the kill on Kono, but that's not really the decisive decision here. I mean, it shouldn't have... I think Invil were kind of behind in this game, actually. The fact that 3XR pressured the middle when those BZs were coming behind the CSs, I think that this should have been 3XR's game, to be honest. I think they were ahead. I just think it's the experience of Invil that won them in the end. And then, as you said, some misplays in the late game by Rizek and other players to throw it away. But still, against Invil, the unlimited champions of Clan Showdown, I think it's not bad showing, as you said, a quote-unquote new team, showing that they can go toe-to-toe. I think is an important thing, but yeah, we'll need to see going into the next map if they can make it work.
Damage-wise, I mean, Alex in the BZ 2-2-1 does find a kill, I guess. Nonetheless, Rizek is a bit worse for wear. 2 shots only. Not sure what happened for him in that game, to be honest. Nepal doing pretty good there, though, in his 50B, nonetheless. But in return, you know, Kono did a great play at the end, making sure that he finds the kill on Ios, because he was dying there.
Yeah, he was dying there, but it was nice. I think he dropped off and gave a shot while dropping off, which is no easy thing. But yeah, I think that's definitely... I think if Ios makes that kill there, it should be 3XR's game, because they just have the angles to pick up their opponents. But either way, 2-0 on Cliff. Not a great start by 3XR, but Prokhorovka awaits a map where they can definitely make something work on. The meta on Prokhorovka has been shifting quite a lot as well, which has been quite interesting to watch. It's becoming more bowl orientated, in my opinion. Like, both teams will kind of fight for the bowl in the beginning and ignore over the rails for the most part. So we'll need to see if that maintains it. But yeah.
Well, Prokhorovka coming in. 3XR is defending first, at least, right?
Yeah, they should be. They were... no, 3XR defended first on Cliff, so they'll be attacking first, to my memory.
I mean, the pick and ban tells me that 3XR is defending first. Like the picture, you know?
Yeah, I can see the picture. Because it's... Yeah, sorry. The graphic in the left, it says Invil attacking, so in my mind it said 3XR. It doesn't matter. Ignore me. I'm a bit special, as you know. So... Yeah, 3XR, you don't need to comment on that. We can just swiftly move on, if that's all right with you. Thanks, Taki.
I mean, we're dragging it out, you know?
No, it's all good. Yeah, Prokhorovka, a map where Invil have been really strong on. You know, all three of these what we'd call probably the base maps of World of Tanks competitive, Cliff, Prokho, Himmels, they're the grandfather maps of World of Tanks. They've been there, they were there at the beginning, they'll be there at the end. But Invil have been really strong on Prokhorovka. I remember fighting them so many times, and it's so difficult. Their EBR players are so aggressive and dominant.
They were one of the teams to engineer or play, which was a very annoying style for a while, to play one EBR or no EBRs.
Yeah, the full aggression, like just pushing, and you use IS-7s to just take map control, because they're so hard to pen on range. And
yeah, with two EBRs, you really have to play a good game to counter it as well. In this game, however, both teams going with 1, 3XR, triple IS-7, double CS, and what seems to be 9 Dravets in return.
Yeah, only 1 EBR by 3XR, so maybe that was Piotr who innovated that one. But Invil again, only 1 EBR. 1 Dravitz, actually. 8 IS7s, triple mouse, 1 CS, E5, and an STRV with 1 light. But yeah, as I said before, the Dravitz coming into effect here, but you can still see the IS7, the old man of World of Tanks, he still gets his day. IS7 and Dravix having that, because the Chieftain was so dominant because of that 10 degrees of gun depression, but the fact that Dravix only has 8 means that IS7 is still a lot more playable. E5 is an interesting pick though, that's for sure.
Has a lot of DPM. Monster does have CVS, you can tell by the 2000 HP, so Mentos gets spotted out now by Monster. Franek trying to make a shot. Marcel trying to make a shot, doesn't get it, so Monster is spotting him out. You can usually tell the CS63 when it has 2000 HP, it means he's using spotting equipment. Now the IS7s are starting to arrive towards the middle. T-Sec, Uzek, Bouncer Fury, Barbarian, Ketsai, you know, they're all jumping back across the middle. They're also trying to look for a straight over push, I think, almost at this point. But these Dravitzes, they hit really, really hard. They have a pretty good gun, and T-Sec realizes that instantly. Down towards 500, Monster is shooting away as well towards Mentos. Will give the information. Klurf in the Dravitz is kind of sitting still, and we're wondering IS7 or Dravitz. So far, the question is being answered pretty severely.
Yeah, but it's not good by Invil. They wanted to go up and over, but those mouses, they were too slow. They weren't in position, and Invil just bled for that. And as I said, the meta has shifted. It's going much less towards over the rails and much more towards a bowl fight. You can see both teams kind of fighting for the bowl here. But Invil have bled a lot. 4k HP down. Those mouses. Orzis down to 700. Conrad only 1300. Rexar going for this 1v1, but IOS will help him. We'll need to see less of a decisive fight, but we'll need to see which team will win that. In the meantime, 3XR getting those 2 Dravitzes from the 6 line, going forward to the mid to punish. Re-push into the bowl coming in, but this is not a winning engagement for Invil right now.
This is not a winning engagement at all. One of the tanks re-pushing the dip goes down immediately. That's DJ, and the next one, Bark, is not too much better story going for him. Monster now starting to move down 1-2 line. They do have a little bit of an advantage there, but it would be a really hard game nonetheless. I mean, look at this, down to 998. So they could clear 1 line, which is honestly the way better play that they could have made instead of going for this ball. But I don't think Monster by himself is going to be able to win this. I mean, Lukin coming in, Klurf coming in, Mentos is still there. He's going to go down. This was a really hard game for Invil. They wanted to go for the straight up and over, but this is a really hard lineup to push into.
Yeah, it is. Dravitz is really difficult to push straight on, but I think it was a timing issue. I think if Invil wait another 5 seconds for those mouses to go up and over first, I think it would have been a different game. 3XR, they don't have any STRV or high DPM tank on the red line to punish this. So Invil kind of went, realized their mouses weren't in position, and then kind of just stopped, and they bled so much. They were in bad positions. They weren't winning the hill, and they're on attack, bear that in mind. If 3XR win the hill and they're just stuck in the middle and on 1-2, the game is over anyway, so they kind of had to go into that bowl. But it's interesting how the meta is developing on this map. Like I said, it's becoming a lot more you fight for that bowl, which South Spawn typically has an advantage because of the H1 STRV position. That kind of, you know, the STRV position that's a bit safe. The position for North Spawn, Prokhorovka, is on C1, but that's much more in the open, so it's a bit harder to play. But yeah, I mean, 3XR here, it didn't feel like they needed to do that much, you know? It's just Invil tried to make the aggressive play and got countered.
Yeah, and it was half committed as well from Invil. You know, they're going, they're losing like 1 tank and a half, and then they're like, we cannot do this. At the point at which they decide if the mouses are so high that the Dravitzes are volleying them down from both 0 line and middle, and then they're like, what, 5,000 HP down?
Yeah. I'm quite curious to see how much damage the STRV of Invil has, actually. Because those mouses took an insane amount of damage. I was very shocked how much damage they took. 3.5k, it's nowhere near enough.
I mean, Orchek doesn't get to do anything in his mouse. These i7s struggle in general. A hard game, to be honest, for Invil. They tried to make a push there, but this one was kind of doomed. I think there's too many tanks in middle still. I mean, you have to fight with IS7 versus Dravitz DPM. I get it, you have mouses coming in with a big HP pool, but in a pure DPM fight, you should lose.
But I think this is a real misread by Invil on lineup. You know, if you see 3XR, they have double CS. Where can double CS play? They kind of have to play the hill. So why do you push 6-7 line? That was an accident. Why do you push that with IS-7s. If you see the enemy doesn't have an STRV, that kind of indicates they're going to make some aggressive play as well. So why do you make the aggressive play? Why not use that STRV? So I feel like on a tactical level, this was kind of, it wasn't necessarily 3XR winning, it was more Invil just losing. If you that's the thing between Onslaught and
when you have a
Showdown.
When you have a CS with spotting equipment and you have an EBR, and they only have one EBR, you can exploit this over a longer game.
Yeah, but the enemy have 2 CSs, so maybe one of those CSs have spotting equipment. I'm saying that I feel this is a tactical misread by Invil. This is an Onslaught. You get information in the beginning, and you need to use it. If you see the enemy have no STRVs, only 1 EBR, and 2 CSs, you've got to predict that they're going to make some play in the middle and on the hill, because CSs can only realistically play on the hill, or passive spotting on 1-2. But if it's only 1 CS, you can predict passive spotting on 1-2. But if it's 2 of them, then normally you'd say they're going to play elsewhere, right?
And you pay attention to their HP as well, because to really spot, you need all 3 of the pieces of equipment. You can't really sacrifice.
But you only see the HP once you spot them.
No,
and they were spotted going towards the hill.
You see it from the beginning.
Do you?
Yeah, for sure.
Fair enough. You see, you teach me stuff every day.
It updates actually if you use the team panels, right? Like I do, it just updates when the game starts, and you would be able to tell.
Yeah, but it doesn't do that for individual tanks, does it?
It does.
Oh, okay. I'm learning things here, guys. Like, see, Daki's always the teacher.
No, I agree in the part where I think for them they could have played just a few tanks middle, control the hill, and then slowly exploit the light.
Yeah, exactly. Plus, as you said, if you can see the HPs, you know that these CSs don't have spotting equipment, which means you can play 1-2. They've also got that STRV as well, which can kind of suppress the middle. I think it's just a misread by Invil and a team of such experience. You got to read that lineup and see, okay, they have no STRVs, double CS. It's got to be an aggressive play. They can't play a slow game, especially if it's only 1 light and no spotting.
I don't think they win the brawl with IS-7s against Dravets, so they have to slow down the game anyways,
Yeah, I'd agree. Dravetses have more DPM, HP is about the same, but you have a bit better, how to say, you have better engine power. Less top speed, but more engine power with Dravets. They're just kind of better in the brawl. Lower alpha, but higher DPM.
Round number 2 in Prokhorovka, though. Both teams bring in an EBR. STRVs are back. This time around, though, it's 3XR with the IS-7s, which is 6 of them. Double mouse, a 279, a Type 5 heavy, 1 CS63, and 2 Dravetses.
Invil, 4 Dravetses, the rest IS-7 with 1 STRV and 1 EBR. You can kind of see the styles of play from both maps, right? So the attacking spawns have all taken super heavies. Now you need those super heavies for an aggressive play because they have to take hits for the pushing tanks. And we can see that 3XR have taken mostly IS-7s because IS-7s are a bit better for pushing. They're less good for sniping and direct brawl, but if you need to push somewhere, IS-7s are a lot better. But yeah, opening-wise, looks like Invil want to make an aggressive play on the 6 line and 1 line.
Ooh, Kono cleared Mentos, though. Mentos is going to get shot from the middle as well. Mentos down towards a 1-shot. Mentos is dead! Marcel picks him up. Kono with the aggressive clear. Absolutely sending it, and this is tremendous for them because this is a massive issue for 3XR.
Yeah, it's forcing 3XR into an aggressive play. They can't play the slow game anymore. Kono going to take that high bush. He will spot everything on that K1 corner. And that means that 3XR need to make an aggressive play. They're pushing with these IS-7s on the 7 line. The CS of IOS pushes down from the hill, but he takes shots from the IS-7, decides to run. So these IS-7s are going to try and clear the 8 line, but it looks like Invil are reading this. They're crossing Orzesh and Conrad over the IS-7s. They're crossing to A7, and this is putting 3XR in a really awkward position.
Yeah, and these IS-7s are not committing anymore. The STRV is in a bad location because he should be on the hill here. And this looks a lot like the previous round we watched, to be honest, where IS-7s are kind of driving left, right, and everywhere. Are they going to transition into a mid-push right now? Because it's not going to be much better for them than for Invil. They are going to transition into the 6 line, trying to overpeak here against these Dravetses, but they're just in a better position. And this looks very, very deja vu-esque from the previous battle. They're now arriving into the middle of the map. Piotr is 1v1ing Rexar, there's that at least. 1-2 line is being pushed by double Dravets, but they're pushing into STRV IS-7. That is a non-winning fight for them altogether. So Alex and Lukin, if they keep driving down, that will seal the game.
Yeah, pushing into that STRV, and it looks like they're stopping. Alex and Lukin going to push onto Rexar, but even if they kill Rexar, what's the plan there? You'll kill him, but after that, there's nothing. And you can see in the meantime, Jackie's down to a 1-shot. The IS-7 on G8 is running to go into the water. There are no good positions for 3XR at the moment. Nepal goes down. IOS is giving some crossfire, but yeah, the meta on Prokhorovka, it's completely shifted from the last rivals. It's very interesting at the moment. It's very back and forth. Both teams throwing punches, very fluid and flowing. But this South spawn just has, it feels like it has just such a disadvantage, at least in both of these rounds we've seen so far.
I mean, for 3XR in this round, you know, not having the CS on the hill anymore and not having the SCRV on the hill, neither of them is pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, the main issue is that Mentos got caught, right? The fact that Mentos dies means that 3XR are forced into an aggressive play, because now Kono just gets to play, and that's the issue. You know, the longer I've played, actually I shouldn't say that, but I think how aggressive you can be with an EBR depends on how good your team is. Now that we've seen, you know, we've praised Mentos over and over for how good he is in that light, but then you see him in this 3XR team, and you kind of realize that a lot of the aggressive play he is allowed to make is because of how good his teammates are, and how much he gets punished now by those infill players when he tries to make those aggressive plays and when he gets cleared.
Yeah, and Kono's really good at it as well, so...
Yeah, that also.
He has a lot of experience in it across multiple formats, but now the game slows down and it's a least optimal situation for 3XR. You're down HP, you're down tanks, you are pretty close to losing 3 more tanks, type 5, Mouse, Milo, all non-factors, so instead of being down 2 tanks, you're effectively down 5, to be honest, in that case, versus a team that has lost 1.
Yeah, there's just, like you said, the tanks are equal, but 5k down, and a lot of that is on those mouses of that mouse of click. But there's not really any play they can make anymore. Monster decides to peek on the hill, bleeding a little bit, but they can afford to bleed this HP. Shocked that Ios is not getting hit by those blinds. As I say that, he does take one. But yeah, we're kind of just in one of those games where it's like, you just got to reset it a little bit and try and recover mentally. You see, like, Miku is even getting spotted going towards the hill because of Monster spotting him out. So it's bad to worse for 3XR. Invil know exactly what they're doing. They're grouping up to end the game. That's the nice thing about Invil, you know, when it's won, they know it's won, so they go and finish it off.
They realize that there's things going towards the 0 line, and in return they will push back on towards this dip, on towards their former FC Piotr. He's the first one to go down. Lucan and Alex soon to follow, and it all started with Mentos getting run at by Kono, which was a favorable trade for Invil. The EBR goes down, Kono stays alive. They then try to react maybe a little bit too hastily, forgetting about the 0 line crossfire, which is always very important when you're pushing a 7 line, and then having to cross back I7s back into the middle. We saw that in the round before. It went just as well.
Yeah, but this time 3XL were forced into it, right? I think Invil were also forced into it in their game. They made the decision to make that play, and because 3XR had 2 CSs and an IS7 on E0 on the lower side of the hill, they were also forced to go over the rails, but it's 2 different scenarios. Invil did it from the start, and 3XR did it out of necessity because they'd lost Mentos on that 1-2 line. But yeah, Invil just showing dominance, able to eliminate that light that forces 3XR to make you a play. And when you're being forced to do something, it's normally never a good thing, right? You want to make the push on your own decision. If you're forced to make a play, it's almost a desperation play. And yeah, it's kind of just, as you said, this is kind of the same round we just watched.
Nitrox will go down. That's 1-2 line lost. It will also mean match point for Invil. They looked really bad on the first Prokhorovka. This one, however, looking a lot better. So we're moving into Himmelsdorf now, where 3XR would need to win 2 rounds in a row to bring it towards a tiebreaker. And I think Invil showing up and showing that, you know, yeah, Piotr was an important asset, but there's plenty of assets still in the team.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like I said, Mentos, when he's playing in Invil, you can see how aggressive he can be and how he's always covered. And now that he's not with Invil anymore, you can see those aggressive players, they just get punished so much harder than they used to. So you can really see that Invil as a core are so strong. Almost like Fame back in the day, you know, even losing the main FC, still able to perform at the top level. But yeah, 3-1, on track for my prediction. So Invil just need 1 more, or 1 more for you.
Yeah.
You get your prediction.
I mean, you know, in Clan Showdown, we're just happy to get the team right to begin with. The score is like a bonus, you know. I think it was just a brave prediction from Kihan, though. Not gonna lie, to predict.
They look at the group stage. You know these types of people. Like me and you, we're the professionals, right? We know it. But these others, they don't look historically. They just look straight ahead. But we know history. That's the thing, me and you.
I mean, you know, the thing is, they have enough FCs left in this hit and run. Well, in this Invil team, you know, you have Frugo that could lead, even if it is from Discord, whatever. It doesn't really matter, right? You have
5-second delay.
I mean, well, it's not that much, but yeah, he can still, you know, give input. You have Ketsa, you have Barbarian.
Monster.
So
Monster can also lead.
So they have like a lot of people, you know.
Yeah. And so much experience, like multiple years of experience playing at this top level. Like you don't break up a core like that. There's a point where you just play with the same teammate. You kind of know how they're gonna play, right? And the fact that it's always the same names, right? We always know, you know, Yuzek the Wall, Rexar, Tizek Barkis. These are players, we know them from OLS, we know them from Clan Showdown, and we know how consistent they are all the time. They may not win every single Clan Showdown, but it feels that way.
So Himmels next. I'm kind of curious to see the name of the game on this map, because this is kind of back to how it was with 279 and Chief Meta, but in a different way, where, you know, you can go light with Dravet and play around the hill, for example, or play for a push, but you can also go really heavy, but then it's more like E100s types.
Yeah, a 279 or 2 in the mix is not terrible. They did nerf the pen and the speed, but the armor is still there. But the main issue obviously is the DPM. But I've got a feeling this is going to be 1-1, but I'm not sure if it's going to be Invil winning the first round or 3XR winning the first round. But I'm not sure if I can see. You know, Himmels is one of those maps where it's these players, especially Invil, they know every single crevice and pocket, you know, so it's really difficult to surprise an opponent. We'll just need to see if Invil makes an aggressive play and if 3XR can counter it. But
I mean, if we look at the way the match went, right? Cliff could have been split 1-1, but at the end of the day, Invil did deserve to win that because they brought it across the finish line. They played just a bit better. And this Prokhorovka went as it should as well. So 3-1 is deserved. 3XR could have been on 2-2, but they would need to be a little bit better on the endgame scenarios for that. Now, however, Himmels coming in, and this will tell us a story as well. If it's Barbarian, I mean, I think we will see a lot of Dravets still.
yeah, I'd agree. Barbarian tends to do that nice aggressive style that the CIS server used to be known for. But so we'll probably see Dravex pushing from multiple angles, making crossfire and kind of suppressing 3XR into a corner. I think 3XR are kind of forced to be a lower side hold with a lot on the hill against this, but I mean, we'll need to see. It depends on the style of play. That's the lovely thing about World of Tanks. You know, the community, it's not massive, so we all know each other, and we kind of all know each other's style of play with the established FCs. So we'll need to see. Lineups will be very, very telling, though.
Invil is also known to play a few E100s. They always were a big E100 fan.
Yeah, it's a nice tank.
I think it's a bit better than Type still, even as well. Like, I like Type, but for this kind of battles...
it's the DPM. The thing is that Type would be better if we had more of a 50B meta. But we don't have so much of a 50B meta at the moment. So I think E100s are just... They're really nice. The amount of HP, the DPM, the alpha, I think it is a really nice tank. But you need it in the right scenario. E100s are really bad for pushing. You need them for defense, mainly. Like holding a position, because they can live for a long time.
Yeah, and E4s, of course. Classic tank. Can play some of those as well in Himmel still.
Yeah, they go right through Dravik up a plate.
I think they even go through the turret on flat ground. I would have to check, but I think...
It would have to be... I think because of the spacing, it's really difficult, but...
Well,
lineups.
Not really a surprise there. Invil with their triple E100 that they love all the time. Double Type 5 behind it as well, though, and a 279. Then quad E5 and 5 Dravetes.
Yeah, it's a bold lineup by Invil, but 3XR, double 50B. God knows how many Dravexes that is. 1 CS and 1 E4. It's an interesting lineup by Invil. It's kind of you're either forced to play full lower, or you can put all the super heavies low and the rest on hill. But both teams going for that aggressive play. Really surprised by 3XR wanting to push into the super heavy lineup.
50B is being spotted out, at least Rishek is spotted out by that E100 on the 8-line corner, and the driver's already in a little bit of trouble, and this group of 3XR tanks may just continue through towards these super heavies. Rishek getting double tapped there on the crossing. The 5-line is where they go. Now Mentos and Click need to be careful, but Kono is basically dead already in that drive. It's really good start. Now Rishek and Nepal will have to hide in this 5-line as the rest of the team continues barreling down the 8-line, which is where the bigger fight will be. Can they get these C100s out of the game? Brainbreaker's on fire. That's classic 50v50. That happens.
Good way.
That happens quite often. Miko is down towards a one-shot, and they have to dig through this meat that is in front of them, and they are doing it as well. DJ and one more E100 stand their ground for as much as they can while Invil starts to repush, and this is where Invil needs to make it happen on this repush on the 7 lines themselves, as there's quite a few tanks from 3XR out of the fight right now. They're coming back in towards the 7 line, getting Piotr out, Monster pushing from behind as well. Yusek coming in. They want to pick up this pocket of resistance, and if they can do that, they have a chance actually in this game.
Yeah, they have a chance, but the thing is, even if they kill it, that one 8-line pocket, they're losing the rest of the map. Barbarian goes down, Monster goes down, Proofus goes down in return by Nepal on that 1-2 line. The type is Ice in the beginning, in the middle, sorry. Invil will pick up this pocket of resistance, but in the meantime, they're losing the rest of the map. Tizek is dying, Yuzek is dying, and they're now forced. Invil are just in this pocket in the north. 3XR have them surrounded. It's going to be really hard for them to break out here. They're kind of forced to play, I'd argue, to slow the game down and play the hill, but it seems that's not the play at the moment, and 3XR wisely backing away. They have the gun advantage, they have the HP advantage, they have the positional advantage. This is a really difficult game for Invil to come back from now.
The late alert click apparently blew somebody up this game, you know, just after
very late alert, just casually at the end.
Yeah, it's casually at some point, you know, blow up. Nepal taking 2 shots though, giving 1 back only to Barkes, so needs to be careful with that 50B. Milo finding a good shot against DJ. In return, Franek maybe even wants to cross over in that E5. These are not good tanks on the 8 line to face off against this Dravets, but DJ gets a phenomenal shot against Milo in return though. But the E5 and the Type, they're all very pennable. The cap will start, and I agree with you that they need the hill for the side of Invil. The problem is you can be denied from ever getting that if the cap starts with enough tanks.
Yeah, they needed the hill about maybe 40 seconds ago. Now it's not that relevant anymore. Double cap will start when Alexis finds a good position, which he has. 40 seconds now, and things are just not good for Invil at the moment. They do have that tank on the hill, so click and check, he will be suppressed, but they'll just cross into the 5 line, and just that will mean the tank on the hill will be pointless. So yeah, it should be done and dusted here and now. I wasn't sure about this play by 3XR pushing into those super heavies on the low ground, because, you know, typically you want your opponent to push into your super heavies, but Invil just seemed caught off guard by this.
Yeah, they thought, you know, super heavies on the 8 line is enough to hold. Apparently it was not. Dravets just got kind of through it. The one thing that I was worried about is the 50Bs going into the 5 line, you know, because they didn't really have any support.
Ooh, Alex didn't connect.
Franek only taking 1 shot. Chucky now pushing across in the Dravets. They're backing off here from the side of Invil. Yeah, and Chucky, not the greatest of plays there altogether. He gets tracked. He does get to repair, so he's going to stay alive. Now, the problem is that there still needs to be a reset at some point. Marcel is coming off the hill on the 0 line. You can see that he is coming back. He's going to go flank Chucky, and all of a sudden the HP is really bad. Marcel could find Chucky here as well, make the kill. Milo is in the meantime pressuring DJ. Barkes, oh, it's Barkes actually that finds the kill. They need to decap now. Nepal down towards the 1-shot as well. Franek, Marcel, Ketsai playing a pretty good game of all the tanks. Marcel now finally drops towards the 1-shot. There's so many tanks on 3XR that are in trouble as well. Ketsai with a kill on click immediately, sticking out a little bit too much with his track, and now Barkes is coming into the fight. All of a sudden, this is looking playable for Invil, but if 3XR lose this game, it's going to be a confidence crusher, I would say, almost for their future performance against Invil in the later stage of the tournament.
Yeah, as one of my predecessors once said, what a mistake to make. This was just not it. I mean, the connections weren't there. Alex didn't connect. I think the CS didn't make a connection either into those E5s, and they can be a bit tricky, but at this range, you should be penning these shots. Advantage, I'd argue, is still with 3XR. Mentos going to take that hill, so once he has the hill, it should be all over still, but this is not good by 3XR. Yes, they are down on HP, but positions are so much better for 3XR. They should still pull this one out in the end.
Marcus and DJ gonna pressure Milo. Mentos is covering though. DJ gets stabbed by Milo immediately. Ketsai now gonna start hunting on the 5 line. Bark is coming in as well. Nepal is a one-shot, so if Ketsai finds the kill, that would be massive. Ketsai does find the kill. Nepal's not ready for this whatsoever. He goes down the cap, gets abandoned. Bark is now pushing down the 8 line, but Mentos reveals himself, gives a shot in return. And now, however, it is Invil with the tank with gun advantage.
Yeah, and Franek might just opt to go up and over because Milo doesn't have any support here.
Ooh.
Milo doesn't connect it. Franek has the DPM advantage here. Barkus, not sure, but this is the play by Barkus to go around. But Milo does get picked up. This is just not it, bro. Oh no, not like this.
This is, oof. Alex bouncing once more on towards this E5. Ios will connect it, and 3XR falling to pieces. I mean, led by Messi of World of Tanks himself, Chucky pushing across. Not sure what that was either, to be honest. If he
I can only imagine Piotr's rage.
If he didn't cross over, they would have another full HP Dravits, and I think they still win the game with all the bounces. But now he just kind of got owned on the crossing. I think he was like 2k HP, then maybe one shot and died, you know?
Yeah, this was just not it. I mean, yeah, there's not much more to say. This is an unlosable situation. Gun advantage, HP advantage, positional advantage. There should be no world in which 3XR throw this.
No, they just need to wait for them to fully commit to decapping and then kill them.
Yeah, you can just put one on the cap around that corner, and they have to.
Yeah, I mean, Mental's capping a second is fine, but the moment they come close, you just back off and you force them to go all the way.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you just kill them.
You have one guy in the hold down on A4.
Yeah, and even in that case, what they did now, as long as you don't cross over with Shaki towards A7, right, and just start the cap again, I think you're still alright.
Yeah, as you said, the Messi of World of Tanks, he's not having a good year at the moment. His OLS debut, less than optimal, and his Clan Showdown debut, well, not debut, but
this is
also not great.
But for 3XR mainly, the losing a round like this is a confidence shatter.
Yeah, no, you're angry at this. I mean, I'm happy. My prediction is correct, so I'm currently winning as God intended. But yeah, that was not it. And cap and kill all. So perfect game by Invil, but this is not one that should be lost. This should be basically unlosable by 3XR. Like you said, there's so many. 3XR have so many options: tank advantage, HP advantage, positional advantage. They can take the hill. They can just cap on the corner. Capping on the corner is the easiest. You just cap on the corner and you don't peek. But it's not nice to say, but you need to put your best players in E4, right? That is the damage dealing tank. It's the sniping tank. You need to hit shots. I don't play E4 if I play competitive, because I have people who can actually don't have Parkinson's that can hit shots. But Alex bouncing that E5 close range, then bouncing at the end, it's just not good. You can't bounce these shots at such close range.
Let's see the pen ratios though. Franek, fantastic game from him in that E5, you know, 18, 16, 16, just kind of what you expect, to be honest.
Good blocked as well for an E5.
Ketsa as well, you know, 1300 blocked in his E5. Yeah. That's in the end game altogether. Mentals then, again, doing very good. Click has been doing pretty well as well. I remember from Himmels as well that he was doing pretty good up there in that BZ. The E4 874, yeah. It's,
look at Alex though.
Yeah,
874. No, sorry, that's what you said. I mean, it's penning just over half, which is not enough in an E4. Like, it's not.
I mean, Shaki had a good game until he crossed over though, or was on the route to a good game.
Yeah, he was just, you know, small mistakes. I think he thought he could stay safer there than he could, and then obviously they took the tank down from the hill and just killed him. But it's just an unnecessary play.
They had plenty of time to just restart the cap, even with all the bounces that was going on.
They made the push in the first seconds of the game, so there's a minimum 6 or 7 minutes that they can use to confirm the win of this game. You know, just apply cap pressure. They come close, get a decap, you pull back, you punish them for it, rinse and repeat. No need to take risks, and a deserved win by Invil. I mean, the word unthrowable isn't a nice word to throw around, but it's one that's applicable here. This shouldn't be losable.
Normally, no. but you know, Invel does bring it back. Some good reactions there as well, you know, pushing back into the 8 line. That's exactly what they needed in that scenario, to be honest. And confidence booster for Invel, you know, beating their former friend and teammate Piotr. They continue on to the upper bracket finals, which is a very good thing for them. We'll see 3XRW play again later. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the second match between Kylie and Rix.
In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. Processors. Vision, can we advance the world? AMD. Together, we advance.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the AMD Clan Showdown Day number 1. We've replaced Banter with another man from somewhere the very same region. Hi, Ian.
Same region, I don't know about that. I am Scottish, but it's like calling you French, you know? Wouldn't be very nice.
You wouldn't be the first person to do so.
No.
No, probably not the last one either.
Yeah.
So, you know, Ian has decided that if he can't qualify for a Clan Showdown, he's going to participate.
Yeah, if you can't beat them, join them. That's what they say, so here I am.
Exactly. What did you feel about the first match between 3XR and Invil?
Yeah, I thought 3W would be better, to be honest. I mean, you know, maybe I'm, as Banter said, not looking at the history, but their group performance was pretty good, I thought, but clearly not good enough against Invil.
Clearly not enough. Invil is going to be moving to the upper bracket final where we see them quite often. Now the question is who they're going to play, Rix or Kylie? What do you think?
I think I predicted Rix, I think. Because they played, I think they played Invil in group stage, I think, and they 4-1 them. So, I mean, obviously Invil don't do that well in groups, but I thought their performance was quite well, so that's what I went with.
Kylie, they have gotten the silver fist, they've gotten the bronze fist. They've never won though. Can they do it here? That's a good question. Anything is possible. They are, however, playing up against Rix, which is formerly known as Motivatia, which have a lot of player skill behind them. You know, Cashback making up the bulk of that team. But 15v15 haven't been doing so well recently in it either. In August, when we had the last one, it was actually Aurora to face off against Invil, and no sign of this Rix team in the finals. Can they change it up? Can they go for 5 wins? We will see.
Yeah, let's hope so. It should be a good match, I think, anyway, between Kylie and Rix. But yeah, as you mentioned, hopefully Kylie will do something better than what they did last time, and maybe they can get them fists. Is there bronze fist this time? I don't remember.
There is bronze fist because you have a third team, you know, because of the lower bracket,
yes,
right? So the loser of the lower bracket finals is third. So there should be. I don't have one myself, actually. That's the one I'm missing.
Maybe you should come out of retirement. Yeah, Banter might be able to take your place, but
to get the third place.
Yeah. You know who to join, maybe, for this time?
Community predictions, 80% in favor of Rix. I don't know if it's 80%, but I would favor them as well in this.
Yeah, certainly. I do think it should be probably a bit less than 70, but yeah, I do agree that Rix are probably the favorite going into this match.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is kind of natural to predict that way in their favor. But can Kylie bring it? It's for sure possible. I mean, wouldn't be the first time that they beat this Motivatia team.
No, it wouldn't be. I think the first time they played, I think they bet them, I think.
I think that's when they ended second.
Yeah, I think so too, yeah. And then they played Invil, shockingly, in the final.
Map pick and bans. Highway, Live Oaks gone. Gives us Sand River as very first one. We didn't see it in the last match. Moving into Cliff after that. And then Moravanka, Himmels being banned, gives us Prokhorovka. So 2 out of the 3 maps that we saw in the last match, just Sand River joining us. What can we expect on that one?
I think just a lot of Dravix, like most of the maps at the moment. But, I mean, right now I've seen a lot of people just, well, same as always, still going a lot K-line from both sides, but normally from east side. But don't think there's been too many changes on Sun River in the meta shift.
No, I mean, map changes, there haven't been any.
No. I think they were testing some a while ago, but...
it was on Super Test a while ago.
Yeah, so... Maybe we'll see something at some point, but... K-line is still as powerful as it is for east side.
Yeah, and added by the little pocket position that was added, I don't even... Quite a while ago at this point.
Yeah, a long time ago, yeah.
If we get there, Fisherman's Bay... I think the caster predictions were pretty split on this one as well. I saw some people predict Kylie, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think Keyhand did, and maybe Banter, I think. I think we went for Rix 4-2, I think, both of us, so... Some split opinions, I guess.
Just, I mean, I don't trust any of Keyhand's predictions, so, you know.
Yeah. I think maybe I saw Keyhand did his predictions first, and maybe I saw his and thought he was going the right direction, but clearly not.
Just whatever you do, Ian, the best advice is to not even look at Keyhand's predictions.
Yeah, I'll put a black box over his predictions next time, I think, just to not be influenced at all.
Or you just fill them in before he's actually
I could do that.
done his, because the moment you see it, it's a bad influence on you. All jokes aside, though, between these two, it depends on how motivated Ricks in this case is, I think, to play this 15v15 and how much preparation they've done. Because if they're willing to show up and play, they can do some tremendous things. If they're not in the mood for it, then I would say that Kylie probably wants it more.
Yeah, I think both teams have been training. I have seen Ricks in training rooms, so I think they have been training, as well as Kylie. I think Cumbersome was doing some trainings against them as well, so both teams seem to be prepared for it.
I mean, that's good. Trainings are always good. Depends on how many trainings as well, though.
Yeah, and the quality of the opponents as well.
In a lot of cases, it depends on the quality of the opponent as well. If you're like training against Gifted or something like, how much are you really learning from something like that, right?
It's no need for that now. Gifted are such a nice clan, even though I shout at them a lot, but they're nice enough.
Shouting out of love or something along those lines.
Exactly. At least they're still alive, unlike some clans at the moment, like Cough Fame.
Yeah, but at least people knew they were alive, right?
People know Gifted are. You mentioned them by name, so clearly they're alive enough.
I'm just curious to see on Sun River if either of the two teams goes for the passive hold, because that one is always pretty hard to pull off.
Yeah, a lot of teams kind of still doing this quite heavy north strat, which I don't really like myself, but people still do it. It can still work. And I think people from group stage were doing this, like Jaegeru hiding behind or being a shield for 279 in the cap, which I think we saw that years ago when that started being a thing. But yeah, a few teams are still going K-line though, with some things through mid to push away the STRV or whatever, sniping K-line and then trying to dump over or play on top of them. But we'll have to see what either team bring, I guess.
I mean, thinking back, Motivatia, Ricks in this case, was the kind of team that would take over north and then repush south if you pressured up. That was their kind of sense of holding. It wasn't this shield or something along those lines to try and play that way, which is a possibility, but I don't know.
They're actually the ones that used 907s when 907s were used, and then they repushed K-line, yeah.
Yeah, they had a team with 907s in the base, usually taking over north with those 907s as well, and then moving them back. And if you pressure out the south, they will repush you with the whole team to try and win on just making more kills, right?
Yeah, just overmatch that entire side with guns, yeah.
Well, Kylie, nothing immediately comes to mind about the way that they used to play.
Yeah, I mean, they had that one performance, obviously to get that silver fist, and then after that, they got the bronze fist, but after that, we haven't really seen them get that far. I feel in the or in the playoff. Obviously, managed to get to group stage, but nothing really. Yeah,
I mean, it's also hard to say because I feel like there's a lot of time between 15v15 tournaments now, and there's a lot of onslaught in between, filling up the memory to then think back to a tournament. I mean, it was August, so it's quite a while. It's
a long time ago, yeah.
It feels like quite a while.
It does. I think we've had WCI, OLS. Is it 2 OLS seasons?
2 OLS seasons.
Yeah, and WCI in between them. So I don't know. Maybe people are rusty from 15v15. So
2 OLS seasons, 1 invitational. And WCI, yeah, roughly that. However, first battle getting underway. It is 6 Dravitzes and IS 7 times 5, 6 actually for Ricks, a CS and a STRV to round it off.
And for Kylie, 1 STRV, 1 CS, 4 I7s, and the rest Dravix. So pretty similar lineups.
Just a slight amount of IS7's difference, right?
Yes, very slightly. Who's attacking? Oh, we'll see. Ricks are attacking first. Looks like some heavy mids. Presence for Ricks here with 4 I7s going towards it and Paradise.
SCS will take the aggressive route towards the K line. We'll also look at spotting the middle. The I7s there just to punish straight K line aggression if it was to come out. While Copiat and Twilight are just continuing through.
Yeah, in the meantime, they are pushing out the north a little bit for both teams, or at least pressuring it out. I guess they will just face off against each other and just wait for a little bit.
Positive and Beast need to be careful. They're getting shot by these Dravitses down towards 500 HP as Positive. Maybe a little bit greedy. Kylie starting it off pretty passively, setting up the lanes of Crossfire, and they are getting the shots out as well. I mean, they find immediate success on towards these tanks from Rix, Positive, Little, and they're starting to take off the north, so Rix will have to adjust.
Yeah, Rix need to be careful. I mean, they're already 3k down basically from the beginning. Obviously, Little and Positive doing some bad trading in the middle and the north, but have to see what the Rix will try and do this. I guess they'll maybe start rotating towards the north to try and hold it, because they don't have a lot of presence there. Dival, though, on the top of this ridgeline will spot the A-line rotations, so they do know exactly how much is in the north.
I mean, they'll continue seeing the crossing through. Positive is no longer really a factor in this battle. Kylie starting to pull back a little bit from this 1-2 line. They have to be careful there as well, though, because, you know, there's a lot of tanks in not such a large area. If Rix at some point decide to push into K1, I'm not even sure they're stopping it. Crystal taking 2 to the face in that Dravits, and you can see how tight of an area this is. And right now, Kylie is very split, and I agree with them backing off a little bit, because they are so split across the map.
Yeah, they do need to be careful, as you said. If Rix do manage to get into the K1 corner, they will force to either repush or go back fully, because that position just gets crossfired. But they are running away with everyone, it seems. They will be punished a little bit on these crosses, though, so hopefully not too much for them.
They
do manage to get away.
Yeah, they do get away. They're pushing down zero line in the meantime. That's why they're backing off. They're going for this kind of split map control where you push down towards D0 and then play from those positions. The press taking some damage as well, but he gets all the way further in towards that zero line pocket. Diavol, however, is a bit annoying, but Excellence in the IS7. Not sure how safe he will be for the long run.
Yeah, I mean, Excellence has this crossfire angle as well as Dival. Kylie will need to somehow kill them both, really, because Depressed and Trash are kind of being in crossfire right now, and Depressed taking a lot of damage down to 900.
Templeton over peeking, gets a shot in towards the back of Dival. They need somebody on that pocket there at B8 where you can climb up. Valiant needs to be careful, and now they're re-pushing 1-2. There is 5 tanks here for the side of Rix, and there is slightly more for the side of Kylie, so that could be a good play from them. And they even find a Nico Hines isolated by himself. This is a mistake though from Nico Hines. The rest of his team backed away. Like, look at them, they're all back on the K line. Nico Hines just kind of like, huh, what happened, guys?
He did not get the memo, I feel. He didn't leave at all. The whole team left him, and he just didn't move, it seems. So he manages just to get caught and gets killed as well, so not good from him.
There will be a massive pressure here on the K line, and yeah, the HP currently for Kylie not that great, but they will completely dominate this part of the map. Normally speaking, Squeeze is going to be the next one to go down. The focus fire is there. God in his Dravas is probably going to fall for this little play as well if they cannot shield him, but that is going to be a 1-for-5 trade almost for the side of Kylie. They're still down in HP, but they're bringing back this game by killing this K-line. They're going to find so much success on it that it's going to be very, very hard for Rix to come back later from this as well, because of just how much they're actually losing. Now, Kylie needs to adjust, of course, in the meantime as well. They need to back away with everything that they still can from the north, run away, readjust, and then play for split map, right? Playing from F1, C1 to K4, basically.
Yeah, they do need to catch Trash Panda, try and catch his Hurricane in the north, as well as I think it's Aphrodite in C6, and then just see what they can do afterwards, because they are still up 4k, so the guns are not so good, but actually equal now. Actually, it's surprising. Thought they caught a lot more on K-line, but they are attacking still, Rix, so they do need to be doing something after they clear this north.
I think Aphrodite is a bit slow on running away, to be honest. Like, I think he could have backed off from the Saval earlier and could have been fine as well. Kano will now adjust to cover him. And the problem is Language, Attractive, and Clownsick are a little bit out in the open themselves in those positions. Not sure why they decided to go forward. The push, they are still defending. They could have went deep K-line and hold and split from that, because now both of those are dead.
Yeah, and Clownsick managed to get back into the hold down, but he can be pushed probably by the Dravik in K0. He can probably push up to him and at least fight him, I think. He doesn't really have much crossfire other than this Dravik in the mid to cover him, really. And they are pushing out the north as well to take this map control back, and Kylie are going all the way back into, well, it looks like just a defensive hold at the moment to try and hold on for these last 4 minutes that they have.
I honestly think Kylie could have had 2 more tanks alive at this point.
Yeah,
and be holding over the K-line, which is really hard to break, even with extra HP.
Yeah, if they had 2 more with Clownsick managing to get away now and they can go to Crystal, I think K-line would just be impossible to re-push out, but unfortunately for them, they managed to just die.
Middle in return is also usually not pushable. It's like really hard to drive back through that. This leaves you by going over the north, which is a lot of open ground to cross.
Yeah. Pushing north is never optimal, I feel, on Sand River, but Panera being crossfired out here, losing 800. It's just more health bleed for Kylie. I mean, what is it, 7k up for Rix now? They just need to kind of get their HP into the game and fight them, or at least make some cap pressure, because I mean 3 minutes left is not a lot of time really, though, to try and pressure the base.
No, there's not, but Falconix is going to be able to pressure up the K-line whenever he wants to as well and be annoying. He will make it either way and put a lot of pressure from that side. The I-7s are now moving in on the northern part through the 3 line as Copiad and Little. Dopadipa is spotted out though, takes 2 to the face for that immediately in the CS63, and I will say the trades on a personal level from Kylie have not been that good, to be honest. Dopadipa, they're taking 2 for really not any reason whatsoever.
No, I think he just gets a bit greedy there, trying to at least spot them coming in, and I guess he fired and he got spotted out, and yeah, I mean, that's not what you want to see from your CS, down to 300, now forced to, I don't know if he can even run away really. I think he should get spotted on this cross and possibly destroyed. Yeah, there we go, from Little. His dead gunner though, quite lucky.
Kano is still in that SCRV though, which is kind of annoying for the I-7s to try and deal with. In the meantime, middle of the map is being pressured, but Kylie, I just think, don't have enough HP to really do anything about this. In the meantime, the Dravets on the J-line will move up as well. He will get joined, I think, by Twilight. It is in the I-7 flanking Clownsick as well, so they're going to be pressuring up on that angle as well, putting pressure on towards Kylie from a different part of the map. That's Twilight coming in behind Clownsick, gives him the shot immediately. Dalconix did drop a lot of HP for this though, and Clownsick wants to give his damage to the target he can do most to. Does miss that one, needs to repair the Amarak as well. Manera in the meantime finding positive, and could start to see that HP dwindle, but it's not nearly enough. I feel like they've just lost a little bit too much. Dalconix finds the kill, and it's just 5 tanks left standing here for Kylie, who had a lot of opportunities in this match, but maybe overplayed their hand slightly. 1 minute and 20 seconds though, they need to find the kills. Nonetheless, if they want to win out this game, and they're gonna have to bring the Assault SCRV in even.
Yes, I mean, it's desperate times, I guess. Well, maybe not desperate, but you need to use all the health that you have left on your team. And yeah, the STRV had 1.8 of it, and the only tank left with full HP. So he does need to get involved, and he does. And it looks like the STRV is already dead. So nice from Rix here. But as you say, I do feel like Kylie kind of overplayed their hand in this K line and managed just to get 2 of their guys killed for very little reason.
Yeah, the ones that are pushed up to J9, they both kind of died on the outside. Pressure in the middle a little bit, okay, I get it, but afterwards you want to reset into a hold and add 2 more Dravets to the mix here, and a lot of things could be very different.
Yeah, I mean, if they manage to get them all the way back into the K-line, into some defensive positions, like they can never repush K-line with that Dravik that did at the end. I mean, he managed to repush K-line, and he was only 600, and it was a 1v1, I think, so... Yeah, if they had 1 more guy alive, he wouldn't have been able to do that.
It's also extra tanks for the base potentially, so it's an interesting decision there. Maybe they forgot that they were defending for a second.
Yeah, maybe.
Potentially. But Rick's fine. The first round for them, the only mistake you could really point out there is, you know, Nico Heinz kind of just...
Yeah.
He was locked in, man. He's locked in. You know,
Yeah.
he's shooting them on the repush. So like, Squeezy, where are you? And then he doesn't hear anything.
Yeah.
He looks behind him, and Squeezy's all the way back on the K-line already.
Yeah, the whole team just left him, and he just obviously didn't hear the call, I guess. I don't know. I don't know why you just sit there and just accept death.
It's weird though that out of that, you know, nobody screamed at him, I guess.
We'll see if the next game maybe a player switch is happening, but yeah, not great for him to be keep on playing, but you know, everyone makes mistakes, I guess, so can't be too harsh.
That's the gifted attitude right there.
Exactly. I can't be too mean to them, or they wouldn't play with me anymore. You know, you have people like Banter, they'll just shout at you, and you know.
Wait, yeah, he's in gifted too.
Well, we'll see for how long.
Desperate times, huh?
Yeah, wow. I wasn't FCing because I was preparing for Onslaught tournament, so we needed another FC to come in to keep the activity. But
how many members do you have left now?
wow. Let's not comment on that. We had a few people not wanting to play advances. Let's say that.
Funny. Nonetheless, what's not funny for Kylie is the fact that they're looking at a 2-0 potentially for Rix. Although Rix is going to be playing from the west now, which it's, even though it is defense now, I would say it's the hardest side to play from nonetheless.
Yeah, it is the harder side, and maybe Kylie can just put this round past them and say, it's the bad side of Senro, what are you going to do? And hopefully win from the east side now.
I mean, you'd hope so. What comes after this? Cliff, right?
Yeah, Cliff, yeah. And then, I can't remember after that.
Proko.
Oh yes, two of the same maps from last game, or last match.
Gotta be on your game here.
It's the first time, okay? I'm nervous.
Prediction. Wait, I predicted Kylie?
Oh,
really?
I don't think you did. I think me and you were the same, I swear, but
I predict Kylie?
I have to check this spreadsheet, I think.
Predictions have lied before production, let me tell you. Alright. Wouldn't be the first time. Let me see though. No, I predicted Kylie. What is wrong with me?
It's just doing your predictions last minute, I guess.
It's because I looked at Kihan's, you know.
That'll be it. Kihan did the same. Hey, 4-3 Ricks.
But Kihan, let God be my witness. That's not what I meant.
Well, I guess you're gonna have to root for Kylie now, I guess, to get some rounds in.
Anything is still possible. I mean, it was the first round. Cliff will be a hard one, but let's see what they can bring first on Sun River before we go into that one. Kylie coming out, EBR, STRV, Triple IS7, and 10 Dravets.
Rick's bringing 3 BZs, 1 CS, 3 I7s, and the rest Dravix. I mean, BZs? I don't know what they're gonna do with BZs. Maybe just dump K-line?
BZ's from west.
Yeah.
I guess they could go straight to K-line. Or they could push down middle, but meh. Or they could take the crown straight, but also kind of meh for that.
Yeah. They could be boosting I7s, yeah. We'll have to see.
Or they could be absolutely miles away from the I7.
It looks like
They're actually going to shoot the crossing with BZs, okay?
you don't time?
Yes, almost anything's in time, but you don't need BZs to do that, to be honest. The gun is kind of a little iffy for that.
Yeah, it's not great. Even in Onslaught with all the modifiers, you don't really want to play BZ for the gun.
And for Kylie, it's a kind of a slow start, you know, it's playing K-line, sitting in the base, just taking the balcony position, nothing too special to start with.
No, clearly just trying to figure out what Ricks are doing. Maybe they were a little worried about maybe some full K-line push, but yeah, just opening in the base quite slowly. They will need to make a decision at some point, though. I mean, 1 minute has passed and haven't really moved much.
I mean, Rick's just holding, you know, they have a little bit of north control, a little bit of middle control, they have a little bit of south control, but not too much of anything.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they are waiting for Kylie to dump into the K line to then repush with the BZs, but because they still have these people in base that, I mean, they're not really holding K line either. They're the same thing as Kylie from last game with all these drags here. And if Kylie push the K line, I feel like they can't hold it from this position. Or just this position anyway.
What you can do from this position though is you can volley and then run away.
Yeah, I guess that's their idea, but...
And you take... You just take over north in return, right?
Yeah. But I mean, they haven't pushed out north at all though. They haven't got
But-
positions to go to.
Mm-hmm. We just count that if there's a K-line pressure, most likely it will be almost the entire team. Because anything else would be a mistake, because you cannot know how many tanks are at J1, right? At this point.
Yeah.
The whole team could be there hiding.
Yeah, I mean, they don't know about these triple Dravix, so... Yeah, I would have probably guessed that they'd be in J1 with the whole team, but... It's like an even fight. It's a 4v3 in the north for Kylie, so... They'll have less numbers in the K-line. A lot less, I guess, because they have double Dravik sniping and SDRV, so... I mean, a full K-line could be dangerous if they get repushed.
I don't think Rix will go for the repush, to be honest. They're too far away from their team.
Yeah.
It's not 907s, you know? They're not that fast.
Yeah, Draviks are slightly slower than a 907.
They're spotted now on the K-line though for Kylie. Starting to aggress, but no, they are going to go for the hold. They're pushing the Dravits back towards F1. They're not backing off from J1, so they're opting to hold this out. They are following, good damage on towards Attractive. They will, in the meantime, back off slightly from J1, while Diavol Positive and Nico Heinz are still arriving. The BZs will go for the K-line repush as well. It will not be a very easy repush though for them to make.
No, I mean, they don't have this like K2 position on this hold down, which is like really nice for like stopping this Monera and Attractive from getting these positions, but I guess they're just going to go into them after they repush, but I feel like they could have had like one guy there if their plan is to repush K-line.
I mean, right now they're kind of leaving it up to Kylie to, at some point, pressure back up. But the BZs are coming, though. They're going to need to crunch Monera and Attractive. That's the name of the game. Delconics, Twilight, and Little coming in from behind. Attractive is surely dead in this one. Clownzik and Lavelli are doing the damage from behind. But you can see just how much this first BZ is taking. Little down. Towards a one-shot already. Overpeaks coming in return. Attractive almost getting Dalconics out, but Null before he dies. Monera is dead in return as well, but these BZs have taken so much damage already. Little is a one-shot, and now they're pressuring on the K-line with the rest of these Dravix is going straight up and over for Rix, trying to get the focus fire on towards the breast. In his Dravix in return, they're able to do that. He's going to go down, and in return, you can still see trying to hold on the K-line. A little bit further back is Templeton Language, trying to get these BZs out of the fight, but right now, they're kind of missing this STRV damage and a little more tanks as well after they lost the initial two for going over. But it is, however, still playable because there's still a lot of tanks in the north as well for Rix. But when we're looking at it, 4000 HP, Rix is starting to make the crossfire happen, and the repush, the crunch, it is working out for them.
Yeah, it worked out quite well for them actually. They managed to just dump over, so the STLV and Dravik couldn't really get the best of shots. They really needed something at the end of K-line to punish this dump in with maybe the STRV, but they just didn't have it, so the damage is not that significant for Rix, and they just managed to focus out all the guns out quickly enough where they can just keep their guns alive as well. And the north going not too bad for Rix. I think they will lose it because it's a 3v2, but I mean, they've done all they needed to do on the K-line, and they have all the guns advantage, so should be fine.
A good repush still, nonetheless, for them. Back on towards the K-line. Find the... I mean, what makes the difference is the fact they get those two guns out of the game immediately, right? Double Dravit's dead. Then Snowball off of that fact. And the SRV's in the base as well. There's two more Dravits in the middle, so gun for gun on the K-line, Rix is quite ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you want to get that momentum going. The snowball effect kind of rolling. Obviously, all these BZs needed to do is take all the shots. I mean, they have the health for it, but yeah, I mean, they traded. I mean, I think like one basically blew up going in, maybe two, but they still managed to live for a bit longer than the other two Draviks for Kylie in the K-line. So it's nice for Rix.
Yeah. Rix picking up the second round, now moving into Cliff, and this could be a quick affair, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, let's hope it's not just a full 4-0 straight game, but
Well, Cliff is the kind of map where it's for sure a possibility.
but yeah, it can happen very quickly, especially if you're, not in the mood after 2-0 down. You need to keep your mentality good to keep on playing, and not just not give up, but it's not going in your way, so you need to kind of lock in, as the kids say, I think.
Yeah. I mean, always got to be locked in. Flash shuts down Dopa Dipa. It's going to be 2-0 for Rix. Good repush from them at the end. I think they could run away as well, though, if they wanted to, but, they end up going for the repush. Just the weird thing is, I think Kylie, I mean, you saw the BZs, you know that they're in the middle, right? So BZs at that point are not that great for anything else either.
Yeah, it seemed like they were kind of surprised by this push, but yeah, it should have been really obvious with these BZs in mid. They can't really do much else other than maybe push the mid at some point, but I think the Draviks were in the base, kind of what should have been known about, because I think they were shooting at Trash Panda in the north, so they know something's in base at least. So yeah, they should have kind of known that this K-line repush is a possibility, but they just weren't ready for it at all.
Damage wise, nothing. Manera doesn't even get a shot out. That's pretty sad, If you're Manera, it's just kind of tough.
Yeah, I think just go next, I think. Where was he in the Dravik? Was he first one in, I guess, on K-line?
Yeah, to get a bit attractive, he was committed.
Okay. Someone has to take all the shots, I guess.
The good thing about the BZ is, even if it only shoots once, it does big alpha.
Yeah, I mean, you're trading better than what a Dravik would anyway, and if you live and give one more, you have 1200 or 1300, I guess, so it's not bad at all. I mean, good damage by SDRV, but it felt like probably at the end game he was probably getting a bit more.
I don't think he really put the damage where it mattered.
Yeah, I don't think so. 4k, but I didn't see him farming away at K-line, so
He wasn't.
I don't think he had shots.
I don't think he was able. He was in the base, so his damage was definitely not at the K line.
Yeah, because they dumped over onto like their side, and they have the ridge lines to hide behind. So yeah, it's not. I mean, I don't know. Should he have gone K line? If they think K line like a redump is possible, probably should have kept something further at the back, maybe.
I think they need even more things on the K line.
Yeah, I mean, they had 3 north.
Let's see, in the base,
mid.
2 Dravits mid, and then the rest is K line.
Yeah.
While the Rick's team had 3 north with the CS somewhere in between as well, and that's it. Everything else was going towards the K line, so I think they don't have to worry so much about middle when they're committed on the K line. The moment you commit in, like they did, you have to be ready to hold any sort of repush.
Yeah, exactly. And they just didn't have this, so they lost. Unlucky.
Well, Cliff is going to be interesting as well. You saw it between W and Invil. Kind of went as expected, right?
Yeah, I mean, I expected W to be putting up a bit more of a fight, but as Banter was saying, this meta of becoming more and more heavy, which since I saw the 5 CSs from W, I wasn't a fan anyway. Because I really do think the BZ, just so much health, so much speed. Well, you're never going to really run out of boosters on Cliff in the BZ that I think it's just normally just better just to take 11 BZs and, I don't know, double 50p if you want, and double CS. But maybe they'll do something different for Rix and Kylie. I don't know what they normally play.
Motivata is the kind of team, well, Rix is the kind of team that they were one of the first to play like 15 to 60s as well. I don't know if you remember that.
That's a long time ago.
Yup.
I was a baby then. I remember the last 15v15 campaign, and it was like 279s being pushed by Chieftains mid. I remember playing against, I think it was Fame, or GX, or whatever it was. And it was surprising to see 279s in front of me when I was playing 260.
That's fun though. I remember that. It was like 7 279s, 7 Chiefs or something like this, and then you just drive the Chiefs behind the 279s, and whatever they are, you just drive at them.
Yeah, you can angle up in the mid as well so well in 279s, where it just wasn't fun to play against at all.
Was it ever fun to play against Fame?
No. We won against in Gifted. We won against Invil, I think, once, and that's the claim to fame that we'll have. I wasn't a full Invil team, you know, it was like probably the second or third, but yeah, still, a win's a win.
You sound like the meme guys, because they once won in a campaign, one battle, you know.
One. Wow.
Stuck with them, you know.
Ah, okay. Yeah, poor meme. I miss Derp.
I don't. Let's see the lineups. See the lineups. Many BZs. It seems to be triple CS and 12 BZs for Rix, and triple CS and 12 BZs for Kylie.
I think they've been copying each other's homework, it looks like. Changed it a bit by taking 2 Hurricanes instead of 1.
Exactly. Kylie has the 2 Hurricanes. You know, the 3D style distracts your opponents.
Yeah, yeah. Just I'm so impressed by the skins that Wargaming do, you know. Don't want to shoot it.
Bro, when I play Onslaught, I play with all camos off.
Yeah, I mean, I think I turn off all non-historical camos, I think. But Kylie going pretty heavy topside with just double BZ lower, and I mean, very similar from both teams. Just Rick with what, 4 BZs lower, aiming at the hill. Aiming at the hill with 3.
Ooh, good damage though immediately on towards Liberty. He is dead. Lavelier finds a kill, and the bigger problem is he's blocking. Flash realized that, but Lavelier in return is also dead. So at the end of the day, it is Rix that takes the hill away.
Yes, Paradise managed to get up on the hill. They managed to get past the block of Liberty by accident, but now Kylie swing to bowl. I mean, they have nothing else ready to do. They can't overpush the mid at this point, so need to try and take the bowl at least.
See, Accent's actually backing off from that in his BZ. He took a lot of damage for that though, down towards 931, and he is dead. Manera finds the kill. It's because the crossing came over from the middle of the map, and Language and Crystal crossing over, and Excellence was like, well, I don't want to go anymore. I want to go back, but he ends up dying anyways. And now what we see on the hill is Paradise with a dead loader versus a BZ of Kano, which, you know, is in Kylie's favor.
That should only be going one way, really. I mean, Ricks are... I mean, they have the CS, I guess, sniping at the back with W Flash, but I think Kylie can kind of go up the hill when they want, really. Nothing. I mean, they have double BZ punishing, but that's not really a lot.
If not going up the hill, they can for sure go around it.
Yeah, for sure. But looks like they're just settling into a stalemate for now, deciding on what they want to do. But yeah, I do think either going up the hill with more or just going around to find another angle would be probably the best for Kylie. But Rick's quite happy, I guess. I mean, they can't really do anything from these positions, really. I mean, Kylie own the mid, they can't repush the bowl, they can't go up the hill. Kind of just forced to sit like this, I guess, and wait.
It's less than ideal for Rix. Sitting like this is almost always a guaranteed loss almost, because the moment zero line gets taken, which is for free, even if Paradise starts to shoot back at it, it doesn't really matter. Those BZs can be put into a crossfire and Mindbreaker if they then cross over to the F3 pocket at the same time as well. The crossfire is it's GG.
Yeah, I mean, definitely Kylie are in the driving seat for this match, but I mean, they need to figure it out. They haven't moved in a minute, really. I guess they're quite happy just to see if they can get some bleed onto Rix, but yeah, I think they need a tank at least around the hill, at least.
I mean, they have Iset just chilling there and waiting. Kylie is probably discussing how they want to approach it, even though I don't think they have to worry too much about it. They're moving Manera back towards D1, which is one of the BZs. And then at some point I think they need to cross over to F3 while going around, and basically that's enough.
Yeah, I mean, it should be. I mean, I would really feel uncomfortable if I was Rix right now. Just can't really do anything. You have to just force a sit and just let your enemy team kind of just take positions away from you, and eventually you're just being put into a crossfire, and that normally doesn't end very well. I guess Kylie also have the gun advantage as well, because they killed 2 CSs. It was excellent. Oh, it was a BZ. What excellent though. Oh,
on the 2 line. He went around the corner, saw them cross on the top, tried to go back, and then died. Kylie taking it slow though, rotating Evillock out of the 1-2 line. He was on the 2 line, he's now moving 5 line. He'll join the middle when the press goes around the hill. Iset will probably follow. They'll establish the BZ deep on the 0 line. They'll start putting up some crossfire. They're going for the long but methodical approach of ending this game, which it's hard to say, but normally if Kylie plays this out like most teams would, it's I don't think Rick's gonna hold this. I really don't think
we're
so.
watching like a bit of Aurora really right now, just taking their
Aurora.
time. Yeah.
So long since I've watched 10 minutes.
Yeah. I remember watching them in groups, and I think they nearly lost on time in like 2 battles, I swear, on like Proko and I think Sand River. So
Sounds
we
like
need to be
Aurora.
careful.
Sounds like Aurora to me. August has the same issue, you know? But they're not here.
Yeah, I was about to say they didn't even make it this time.
Yeah, it's good how slow they were. They weren't even in time to sign up for the qualies.
Yeah. And time to sign up their players.
The press moving around. I said will follow in suit, and Aphrodite will cover. And then at the same time, they could even push across the 5 line if they really wanted to, or peek from the 5 line. I mean, they can do so many things as long as they crunch the guys that are on the 6 line. Everything is fine. Like, there's nothing that Griggs can do to stop this peak. There's nothing that they can do to stop the tanks going around the hill. There's really nothing they can do in general to stop anything except for being at mercy of the team they're playing against. Alconix now sees this, backing off. He immediately gets stabbed from behind by the BZs. One pushing across towards F2 now as well. Kopiat is the next one to fall, and the crossfire is starting to evolve itself into a amazing opportunity for Kylie to win this game. At least they're now pushing across as well. Mindbreaker and the Evolve can just sit there in their BZ75s and take it and get punished, as now Rix tries to do a desperation repush on the 1-2 and on the 1-2 line, but they're still pushing into a team that is set up for this, can cross more tanks from the middle of the map as well if they want to, but the God is coming back as well. Sunshine could come if needed, and it's going to be all she wrote for Rix. Yes, they still have 20,000 HP, but this game has been over for about 3 minutes already, as Rix tried to push back into 1-2, but it's not going to be enough. This battle was a tough one. You cannot sit like that on a cliff and expect to win.
No, just, I mean, they had Hill, and that's literally all they had. I mean, they had nothing else. And yeah, I mean, Kylie, you know, taking their time, but, you know, they selected the right decision, and they just destroyed whatever Rix was doing with this hold. I don't know if this was like the original idea, or they just
I don't think so.
pressured into this. I guess.
I doubt this was the original idea altogether, but it's what they had at the end. Probably aimed to play it out this way. Oh my god. It's like a train of BZs.
Easily entertained.
Well, you know, you hang out with Banter long enough.
We'll see. We'll see how I do. Though I don't know if he's going to be playing advances regularly anymore.
Wow. Why not?
Just, I don't know if he's interested in the games there, you know? After he's become a caster, like, why play when you can just cast?
True. You know, it's a smart way out. You get to talk like you know everything, and nobody can say anything about it at the same time.
Yeah.
But this was a good round for Kylie. For Rix, yeah, that was not the kind of cliff that they were hoping for.
It's a rough watch, I think. Probably not a great feeling playing it as well, just being like, oh, we just have to sit and wait to die, basically.
I get that you don't want to repush because it's also probably a loss, but it's like in this scenario, you should know you're gonna lose anyway. So it's maybe best to try something.
Yeah, I mean, like maybe they could pressure mid at the same time they repush bowl and just pray. I mean, they have the hill at least. Well, it's like contested at least, so. But yeah, I don't think sitting is the best option here. Just gotta try something. And
I think they really expected to have at least 2 CSs on the hill, you know?
Yeah, I guess maybe they did. And
Liberty died, then kind of pushed off the one coming behind him because of his wreck being in the way, and then only one made it up, you know?
yeah, I guess they. I don't know. Like even if they have 2 up, you just go up with more with Kylie, and then you just push them down anyway. So and they don't have 50 Bs or anything, because you can't really stop them going up the hill from what Kylie did, Rix did. So yeah, I don't know. I think I don't really know what the original idea was. I guess it's just like we get hill control with maybe 2 or 3 CSs, and then we can start pressuring mid a little bit more than what we did in this game.
Yeah, I mean, you know, have the hill with 2, and then afterwards force them to go up with more, volley, do a lot of damage, repressure middle, maybe repressure 1-2, and they're forced to go up with more. But now, you know, Kano took it. That was basically an even fight where Paradise couldn't win it, so, you know, Kylie doesn't need to send up more.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and they had, I think they punished like once, I guess, with the BZs, and he went in time to reload in time for the BZ to go up, so he just gets it basically for free. I think he took like 1 shot from a BZ getting up, and, you know, you'll take that trade every day in the BZ. We'll have to see what they do from north, though. Hopefully something a bit more aggro, at least. But, I mean, they have to attack from north, so you would hope so.
I mean, hopefully. I don't think they're going to be playing that passively again, you know?
Yeah, I mean, they'll be forced to do something anyway at some point. I wonder if they'll go more CS's bowl, maybe this time. Maybe.
I mean, North is the favorite side ammo. You get a little bit more control over everything.
Yeah, I mean, the only like, quote-unquote bad thing, I guess, from North is you can't punish the hill with like 50 Bs, I guess, but...
You can.
Yeah, but it's not great shots compared to South.
It's alright, to be honest.
Is it? I've never put 50 Bs to punish hill from North, so...
I don't remember the exact position anymore, but it's like next to that F2 buff.
Yeah, that like church bell tower
yeah.
thing. Yeah.
Shot is alright, to be honest.
No, I thought you only get like 1 shot on like the lower ramp and that's it.
No, you get more than that.
Oh, do you? Yeah.
I think.
You think?
I mean, I've played there non-stop, you know, with the FE from time to time, so I only need one. I only need 1 shot, right?
Yes. Exactly. 1 shot, 1 impact, 1 tank, hopefully dead. So.
I always hit.
Do you? Always?
Always hit something.
Yeah. Right.
If not an enemy, at least some terrain, you know.
Rick's going a lot of CSs this time. Was that 6 CS, double 50B, and the rest BZs?
Kylie in return, triple CS, double 50B, and 10 BZs. Yeah, Rick's a bit more CS from north, right? So they could be playing 5 CSs hill, 1 crossing over, something like this, and then play from hill control.
They could. I mean, they could equally just do some kind of bowl split. Or I mean, it looks like double CS going probably across to like F3, and the rest CS is probably 1 ramp and then 2 turning to bowl. Probably would be my guess anyway.
Double CS being committed in towards 1-2, more crossing. They're actually playing for 1-2 line with 3 more. Dalconix is going to play towards the middle. Kylie now committing in with their BT75s. Crystal realizes that this is not a good thing to be in whatsoever. The 50Bs are shooting back from either side, but so far it seems to be slightly better from Rix. But Kopiad and Liberty, they're very committed and they're getting driven out by the entirety from the Kylie side. The damage on the crossing is significant, but the double CS63 of Liberty and Kopiad is about to be deleted as the repush comes back in as well on towards this lower ground where the BZs of Kylie have committed. You can see Liberty just exploding, and now Language pushing into the back here of Kopiad. It's actually just going to add a shield, is going to push past, and Kopiad is quite alright because Liberty ended up making that shield, and that was a non-trade from Language. Didn't need to do that, and now Rick's coming back in as a Rolling Thunder from the upper side as well, coming back, swinging back in. Kopiad is going to die. They found the angles in the middle. Is going to be lost as well for Rick, so they have to make it happen on 1-2 line, because if they don't, they're going to be stuck in this bowl position. Kylie trying to hold on for dear life with these tanks that they have over there, kind of missing the F2-3 position right now, but like I said, the middle being lost for the side of Rix. It is a possibility here that Kylie brings brings this back. Twilight is on fire as well, and I said will nail him down. Now it's on Riggs to push this corner back, because you cannot get stuck in the 1-2 pocket. You have to make something work from this, and they're doing just that. Picking against these BZs, Gold will not make it. Templeton gets tracked on the way back. Flash now leading the charge. Templeton will fall as the very next one, as Kylie is trying to make one more repush of their own with Dopa Deepa and Iset from behind, but that really opens them up to get pushed back if they're not careful. Riggs could take all the tanks and push back towards that corner and delete Iset or Dopa Deepa, but they're currently just kind of holding out in this one.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Kylie don't manage just to pull back here with these, what was it, like 4 BZs on this corner. They could, if they just fell back into mid and just held the top side fully, then I don't see a way for Riggs to come back into this game. But Riggs just managed to peek on the corner and pick up like 2 or 3 kills there. I mean, they're still stuck in this bowl, but I mean, at least they have the slight gun advantage now.
They're gonna group up to try and get Iset out of the game, though. Manera in the 50B backing off as well. The CS63 all the way back towards A6 already. Little sees this. Is getting excellence in position. I think Riggs will try to execute something here, because right now Kylie is doing what there needs to be done, which is pull him back from those positions. Taking as much distance from 1-2 line as possible.
Yeah, I mean, they're just taking all the crossfires, one in on K5, one in A5, a guy on the hill, some guys in the mid, and yeah, this repush, if they try to repush the mid anyway for Riggs, it just will not go very well anyway. I really don't see how Riggs get back into this game, to be honest.
North is
so little.
Yeah, North is attacking, so Riggs is not defending here. It's wrong.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, this 50B is maybe like pickable above. Like if you can spot him, and you might just get deleted. But yeah, I don't know. Now he's coming down anyway to be more safe. So never mind.
The big problem for Riggs, I don't think they could have let the momentum slide. I think they had to push back towards that E3 corner immediately and push around it and kill Iset, and then keep the ball rolling. The moment you allow your opponent to get back from this corner, when they're defending on the cliff, you put yourself into the scenario of they take the hill and you lose.
Yeah, exactly. You know, if Lava somehow gets blind fired or something, then maybe they have a chance, but yeah, as you say, this like CS and BZ that were on the corner, they should have just been instantly pushed, focused out, and then they at least have gun advantage as well. And maybe they can keep on pushing into the mid with picking up them 2 guns. Because the 50B is still on lower side, so he's out the game. So it's like 3 tanks.
And the other tanks that F3, F4 are out of the game for a while, at least 10 seconds.
Yeah, so... But now they've forced themselves into not breaking a camp, but just a hold north hold. So, yeah.
Can you boost with the CS?
Into A5?
I don't know, maybe it's possible.
I think you can. I can't remember. I've done it in some tank, and I don't remember what tank. I think it was either EBR or CS. But obviously he thinks he can do it, so he's trying.
I know you can do it with an EBR, for sure. This I know, but... if Flash makes it up, they have an opportunity. If they outspot Dopa Deepa from that position...
Yeah. They can get that crossfire out and then probably repush the north side of the bowl and get their mid back, then they have a chance. Anyway. Dopa Deepa in the bushes. I don't know if he's even going to get spotted if he manages
he's up
to
now.
peek up.
Is he up?
Yeah, I think he is. Looks like it. Oh, he's sliding, I think.
No, he's pretty stationary.
Needs to get up further though. Oh, they're blind firing it.
I guess they expect the boost to come out as well.
Is it like a tree that gets knocked over there? Maybe?
No, but if it's Onslaught players, they know that it's possible, right?
Yeah. I mean, both teams have a lot of experience, so I would imagine they know basically everything about most maps. All these little climbs that you can do. I know when Chief was meta, that people did like the 10 Chiefs pushing in a train to get people up the hill for free. He does manage to get up.
You can still do this, anyways.
Can you?
Mm. Yeah.
And you need to be a little careful about base here, Kylie. The 50B has rotated. I guess they think they're going to repush north because of this CS on A5.
Yeah, but the problem is they need somebody in J6, so they're over-rotating a little bit.
Yeah, they are a bit. I mean, no, Victory's coming back now, I guess, but if they get spotted on the cross, maybe?
Gonna get spotted on the cross though, but they need to be careful over-rotating. Like, they need to be able to decap still, you know? Spot the cap.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 50B is not great for it. Can a CS sit in the cap unspotted? Probably not.
No,
I guess it's like 300 meters, 200 and something.
Not without low noise.
Yeah.
If he has low noise, yes, but if he doesn't have low noise, then no. And let's put it this way: there's no reason why he would have no noise.
Yes, I think I saw Monster taking. Well, he had 2,000 health in the CS
Prokhorovka.
when he was playing. No, it was D4. He was playing D4 in CS and he had 2,000 health. I don't know if he was taking them.
Might be because Evilok actually dies, and now Rick's starting to repush across the open. Nico Heinz immediately goes down for that in return as well, and Flash now getting a few shots on towards the middle. They know that he's an A5. Manera getting spotted out, trading it against Positive. That's 1-for-1 though. And in the meantime, Iset and Sunshine are getting bullied a little bit by Mindbreaker and also by the CS63 of Flash, who gets spotted out. He needs to be very careful now though. He gets spotted out, he might just die for this. He peeking wide. Laveliard actually missing the shot. That's Dopa Deepa spotting out Flash, who's trying to back off. He dies against Sunshine, who finds the kill. Flash overplaying his hand. That's one layer of crossfire that goes down.
Yeah, really important that he managed to go down for Kylie. If he kept alive, I think these BZs in mid are just going to get crossfired and they will die. But, I mean, Excellence here still has enough health to probably trade against both of them. A little coming in as well. Mindbreaker probably needs to come in as well, really, to get his health into the game. And I mean, they are 2k up, but a minute and a half left, and they need to find the Hurricane as well. So I don't know if they're going to find everything in time.
Aka finds a shot against Manera. Manera finds one back, but it's okay for Aka because it drops Manera towards the one shot. He's trying to angle him out now. Can he find the angle in that CS63? In the meantime, the CS63, the other one, is making a crossfire on towards the BCs in the middle. Aka finds the kill. Good job there to Aka. Little now flanking Sunshine and Ice at Excellence. Already trading negatively. Little now looking for it. They might just try and pressure Excellence in return. Little edges forward. He's going to trade off against Sunshine. Sunshine actually bounces. Excellence can now make the peak. He finds the kill. Eyesight finds the shot. But Eyesight is now in trouble because Little is coming. He realizes this. He's backing off from it. The cap is started though. They have enough time with the three of them. Little will find Eyesight. But it's going to be nonetheless Ricks that find the triple cap now going on. Dopa Deepa can sneak past, but it doesn't really matter. With 20 seconds on the clock to go towards the base completed, they will actually end up winning this out, which is very, very weird.
Yeah, a very big surprise here that Rix manages to. I mean, I guess they just have all the crossfire angles on these double BZ that were in the rocks, and they just lost a lot of health for this. But very surprised. I mean, the 50p also lost a lot of health. I don't know what to, but because he got shot by BZ from the mid or something. But he was like 1.4, and then the next minute he was 500, and then Aka manages to get two shots and he dies. Is positive?
In front of him. 50B.
Oh, it was a 50B. Ah, okay. But yeah, I mean, I think the score is wrong. Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, 3-0 for Rix now. Match point?
3-1.
Right.
No?
It's 3-0, no?
Wait.
They won both San Rivers and...
No, they
won...
not. No, they won. Kylie won the first cliff. Hello?
I'm just not. Oh no, they did. Yeah, yes, 3-1.
You're confusing me for no reason. Kylie won the first cliff. It wasn't even close.
Make sure you're on your toes. Just gotta make sure you're as good as they say you are. You know.
I mean, I wasn't the one struggling to remember the score. You just throwing me off my game.
TikTok brain has destroyed my brain. What can I say?
But this game, yeah, I don't think the 50B is the ideal tank to sit in the south either. Believe it or not. It's not that great. No. They could have rotated one of the BZs there and play with the 50B, like G5 or whatever, like on the corner, something else. And then, yeah, they weren't really spotting the mid that well either. It's a weird game. I don't think Kylie should lose out on this like this.
No, definitely not. Did they even get punished repushing mid? I don't think Excellence did it. They killed the 1BZ.
Yeah, they killed Nico Heinz crossing.
Yeah, but that just wasn't enough. I guess Excellent got there with 2k HP, and both the other BZs managed to just take shots from CSs from out wide and put down to basically 1 shot and 2 shots. So yeah, very surprising result. thought it was very much over for Rix there, but when they find these positions, I mean, I don't think I've seen that A5 position being taken before in any competitive mode really afterwards. So it's just nice from Rix taking the positions that they need and yeah, finding the angles.
Good round from Rix to close it out this way, though. You know, takes one team to kind of open up, and the other one to take advantage of that opportunity, right?
Yeah, true. Someone has to make a mistake at some point, and yeah, it depends on up to you if you catch them out on them at that mistake. But where would you put the 50B then if you don't want him in K5?
On the corner on the 5 lane.
Oh, okay.
You cannot really get crossfire, like you cannot get crossfire from K lane anyways. Like
Yeah.
I don't think the CS can kill you because you can just play a bit further on the corner, right? So I don't think you're in trouble there. And you clip something out crossing the middle because that's really all that matters anyways is the mid repush. I think you want your 50B in position to clip out on that as well, right? Because all the more damage you do on the mid repush, the more likely they are to lose the game. Anything else is irrelevant. As long as there's a BZ, like a relatively healthy BZ in the south, what they're gonna do? Drive a 50B at him? They can't. Cap, they can't. If they go touch the cap, they get owned from the middle. So I just think you want the 50B to, you know, he also had a lot of HP. It was him and Ice that had all the HP, had 1.7. If they're both able to focus on the crossing, it also means that you can't play the middle, you know? Like, what are you gonna do? You can't do anything.
Yeah, I think 50B in that position would have been a lot better.
Anyways, Prokhorovka, Rix coming out, double i7, double mouse, a Type 5 heavy, an STRV, a singular EBR, 6 Dravetses and 2 i7s.
For Kylie, 1 EBR as well, 1 Badger, 1 CS, 1279, 4 i7s and the rest Dravix.
How do you feel about this 1 EBR Prokhorovka meta?
I saw W doing it a lot, and yeah, I've not really ever played with a CS spotting the 1-2, but maybe I'll start doing it now, I guess, because clearly it's all the rave.
They're just a copycat, huh?
Yeah, of course. It's the whole reason I'm here, to watch this, so I can steal some strats. I mean, you know, let's say, adapt some strats, let's say.
Could have been watching it as a spectator as well, you know?
Yeah, I could have. But just that way I don't get paid, so.
Right. We're getting split from Kylie though. Double i7 making their way towards the 0 line, slowly but surely. Playing a lot of things in the middle, contesting it that way.
Yeah, I do wonder if the CS4 Kylie actually has a spotting build, because he has HP, so maybe he doesn't even have...
He was boosting the i7 into the dip, so I don't think so.
Yeah, I guess not. No, nothing to spot really 1-2 other than this 279, but I guess they have this i7 in bowl and one behind him to maybe proxy the bushes so EBR can't get through, but I guess it's fine. They have a lot in the corner though for Rix 4 here. I guess they were thinking probably overpush for Kylie. It's possible, so set up heavily to punish it.
I mean, it's also, you know, they're going to push the east now pretty heavily and then hope that there's a rotation down 1-2, and when you push down 1-2 with 8 tanks, the 4 of them kill you, you know?
Yeah, still need to be careful though, because you know there's a lot in mid, so they can just jump over the rails, technically. But they're going to catch these Templeton and Sunshine, so that's 2 tanks minus already before they even the fight starts. And here they go, into Sunshine.
The ramming going on as well. Sunshine shielding for Templeton. That is going to be the first i7 to go down. They need to make sure that Templeton still dies after as well, but I don't think that will be a problem. Excellence is pretty dead already. Diavol is still behind nonetheless, behind this wreck, so he's going to be able to put some shots back in towards the back of that. They're starting to push up 9-0 line now into what is Triple Tank holding in that position. Crystal and Press pushing across the rail in the meantime. I gotta be really careful with that move though, because the STRV is going to be in position. Crystal takes one from the mouse, takes one from the STRV. Language coming in now as well. They're trying to repush this, but this repush is not working with the STRV covering. In the meantime, Wix has realized what is happening. They're pushing back towards the 2-3 line dip to pick up God, and Beast in the Type 5 is basically execute that, but that is his job. Diavol does go down, but the Alconex and Mindbreaker are establishing the crossfire on the zero line, pushing back these tanks as well. The press behind that building is not long for this world either, and Clownzik now pushing from below, trying to repush. This is just all really, really hard things for Kylie to execute. Not enough damage on this initial zero line push, and as a result, losing those guns, then trying to push back across the rails. Now you can see them falling back from that 899 position, back around the corner, while Rix is just taking simply back the middle of the map.
Yeah, it was very nice from Rix, this execution, which is very well done against this kind of heavy mid-hold. I was a little worried about these 4 Draviks in the 1-2, but I mean, I guess Kylie also have basically 3 tanks on 1-2 as well, so basically an even fight, so... Yeah, I mean, just Rix picking up these 2 guns under the hill, and then this repush from Kylie over the rails just fell apart. SJV on hill, the mouse crossfire as well. Just not great from Kylie.
No, not great whatsoever. And now, this is really the dying moments. I mean, they're pushing from below, but the problem is the SRVs on the hill already putting punishment into them. They're getting peaked as well. The Alconex is just even pushing back in, which is a little bit over-eager, I would say, to be honest. It's a little bit much. You know, there's still a lot of HP there from Kylie, but I think they also realize that the game is over, to be honest, at the same time. At this point, it's not fully over, but it's not realistic anymore either.
After they lose all these guns, it's not great. I mean, they have a Badger and a 279 with full HP, basically. Yeah, not great.
It is what it is. I mean, Kylie will be relegated towards the lower bracket. They're going to be facing off against Ooh, right?
Yes. The German and Polish team mix. We'll see how they do. I would still favourite Kylie in that match, but you never know. Maybe they have something up their sleeve for O, or however you could say it.
Anything's possible, but congratulations to Rix. They close out this game 4-1 over Kylie. They're going to be facing off against Invil in the upper bracket in what is going to be not today, but tomorrow's first match.
Yeah, that'll be a very nice match to watch for sure. I want to keep an eye out for. Is it the first match for tomorrow? Must be, right?
It has to be, right?
Yeah, it should be. So, yeah, something to look back for.
Is it the first match of tomorrow?
It should be, right?
I think
Oh no, is it lower bracket?
I think maybe it's lower bracket. Wait, is it lower bracket first tomorrow, then upper bracket, then lower bracket finals?
You're the experienced one, yeah. You should know this.
I don't remember. I think it's. I don't know. I'd have to check. I think we've had both versions at some point.
You probably have. You've had so many clan showdowns, but it probably has been like that.
Let me see. Tomorrow it is. No, tomorrow the upper bracket finals is first. Like I said, it's upper bracket finals, then lower bracket finals to lower bracket semi, so that the team coming from the upper bracket that loses has a little bit of a break before their match, because they're still coming from the upper bracket. Then lower bracket finals, and then of course the grand finals.
Yes. Yeah, that.
But the lower brackets is best of 5, so you know.
Oof. Yeah, I mean anything can happen there.
That's the thing about these 15v15 tournaments. You know, the lower bracket is best of 5. But one map you're playing off against match point. It's very tricky.
Yeah, I mean if you play like Cliff first round and you win 2-0, anything can happen after that. If you're the weaker team, let's say in the matchup.
So, damage-wise, I really not a fan of this. I understand that 279 does so much, but it's such an immobile thing in this kind of match. You know, especially when you're Rix and kind of Kylie, when you're having to repush, like the 279 doesn't add much. It's like he's always going to be stuck.
Yeah, I mean, he did a lot of damage, but yeah, all the damage was probably into a Type 5 or whatever was in mid and pointless damage, basically. And yeah, he can't really move anywhere, but at the same time, I mean, they had, a Badger and 279 on 1-2, and I guess that's just what they want to hold with, I guess, and they thought that they could rotate with the Draviks enough to, hold the 9-0, but that was not the case.
It was not that much damage at all, to be honest, on it, initially. Well, there was like 2 tanks behind that really had shots?
Yeah, it was a double I7 or triple I7, and then, but I mean, shooting an I7 at 500 meters, it's not great. You're probably not going to pen half the time, so yeah. W
And-
and Aurora next, though. I don't know. That might be a blowout, but
Okay, so prediction-wise, I don't know if you filled it out yet. What do you think is going to be happening in the next one?
I'm just gonna guess 3-0 to W. To be honest,
Oh.
I just don't see Aurora pulling it back at all. From their group stage, it looked not great.
Not great. That is what Ian thinks about Aurora, apparently. Will Aurora be able to pull through? We will find out right after some replays.
They hit the bank with a tank? But who? Most of his boys are either 6 feet under or doing time upstate. What kind of tank are we looking at here?
Italian medium tank. They call it Predatore.
Predatore. Tank theft. Bank job in the middle of the day. This isn't some two-bit crook.
But Angelo's gone. Just like the rest of Salieri's family. So, who's got the Predatore?
Whoever's bold enough to go for it.
Once you're in for life. Welcome to the family.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to the third match of the day. So far, we only saw best of sevens in the upper bracket. Now we're going to the lower bracket, and that means the loser is out. Ducky, having seen 3XR so far today against Aurora, what's your take?
Well, I mean, I think they should win against Aurora. But how dominant it will be, I don't know. Aurora is like a special kind of team, you know? They're a bit, a bit annoying to play against as well.
I mean, they are together with Invil, one of the two teams that got seeded directly into the group stage for performance in the past tournament, where I believe they got second place. So for them to make it only into the lower bracket here by claiming third in the group stage in their respective group, I think is kind of an underperformance because they are quite the accomplished team. Gold fists, silver fists, and triple bronze between all of those players here. But I mean, past achievements, does it translate into current performance? We'll have to see.
I mean, they have the champion himself with them, you know?
You mean the OLS 3 times?
Undisputed benchwarmer of the season.
Someone's got to do that, to be honest. And I mean, 3XRW, it says they don't have any fists and achievements so far, but that is kind of because they form newly as a team. But between all of those players here, we have multiple OLS reigning champions as well. So if any of those teams here goes out today, I don't think it'll be because of a lack of player skill.
No, they have the players there to perform with, but we could see that, you know, even if you have that player skill, those players can make mistakes.
Absolutely, and community predictions, siding basically with what you said, 3XRW should be heavily favored here, and man, seeing that 3XR logo is also quite the throwback. They used to be a team years ago.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why it was funny seeing it against Invil, you know? Because the Piotr and I think Monster, the only ones left, were the only ones left from 3XR, basically, at that point. So, you know, to see 3XR against Invil, it's full circle.
Alright, so map pick and bans. Of course, we are in the best of 5. This means a lot of bans and not so many picks. Retro, Live Oak, Sand River, Highway, all of them getting taken out of the picture, which means we're going to be starting on Prokhorovka. We're going into Cliff, don't let the videos fool you. And tiebreaker, if it comes to it, it will be Himmelsdorf.
Again, Prokhorovka and Cliff coming back, huh? It seems like today teams know what they want to play, Kihan.
Absolutely, and well, I mean, Prokhorovka, you can play it kind of passive, but I feel like a lot of the teams today are noticing if you try to do the same thing on Cliff, it's not really gonna work out, and especially with 3XR having all this Polish talent on the team, I hope that we are going to be seeing some aggressive pushes, whereas Aurora, for them, the question will be, will they be able to handle the pressure, first of all?
That's a good question, Kihan. Can they handle it? How will they do in this playoffs that they're playing now? Can they actually surprise? And can they bring this 3XR team to its knees? Many questions are to be asked. They are, in general, a slower team, though. So Prokhorovka suits them for that. The second one does not.
Well, let's see. Prokhorovka, not the first time and probably not the last time that we're going to see it, but for the first time today, all of the casters are siding with one team, that being 3XR, and yeah, Ian called it in the past match. He does not expect for Aurora to pick up a single round, whereas I am hopefully finally going to be picking up some points today.
You keep telling yourself that, Kian. You keep telling yourself.
I mean, since we have the same prediction, if I don't get any points, you don't either, so... But yeah, my prediction game, it's kind of continuing where I left off at the last OLS, and that's not the best sign, to be honest.
Oh man, I can't wait for you to have another season of despair.
Well, it's gonna be happening rather soon, but
You're really not
that
on
is then
on top of your game anymore, right, Unk?
No, what the hell? Really? We're gonna be like this now today? All right, I see how
I'm
it
just
is.
pointing out the way things are.
Mr. Crazy Cat Enjoyer.
You would too, but you're allergic to it. It's like life spawned you defect, you know?
Well, yeah, it's just my immune system is just too on point, you know.
Too on point. How's the hay fever going, buddy?
Right now it's actually okay, and good thing is weather prediction for today says it's going to rain, so the air is going to be clean.
Yeah. But spring has just begun, Kian.
Spring has indeed just begun. And, well, if we're looking on Prokhorovka, that almost looks like summertime, but for which team, that's going to be the question. Aurora, I mean, for them, they were second place last tournament, so if they go down 3-1 or even 3-0, as Ian predicted, that would mean the second place of last tournament essentially goes out in the lower bracket directly on day one. That's a clear downwards trend, if that happens.
Mm-hmm. Well, Prokhorovka, the first one, we talked about Aurora being a slower team. Can 3XR exploit that?
I mean, the possibility is definitely there. We have seen some good calls coming out of 3XR, but to be honest, they had to take it up with Invil, that are, after all, still the reigning champions here in 15v15. Aurora, probably a different kind of enemy, and this is what we're going to see now, jumping into the first game, and it seems the Chieftain had to die so the Dravets could live for the team of 3XR. A W, first of all, they have an EBR, a Hurricane, times 2 actually, double CS that is, triple IS-7, and the rest is all Dravets.
Aurora in return though, 5 Type 5s? An STRV, double EBR, 6 IS-7s and a Dravet.
That is quite the lineup from Aurora, and if I didn't know better, I would think that we're not playing Prokhorovka, but we actually are, so let's see what exactly the plan is with those Type 5s. Obviously very immobile, but a big chunk of health. Mentus immediately spots them out, so that is going to be a lot of information towards the team of 3XR that are also taking a lot of map control with the tanks that they have, but what they don't see is that Aurora is heavily stacking zero line. Good shots into Rishek in that Dravets though.
In the meantime, IS-7's moving towards zero line. Type 5's taken middle. Not that bad for Aurora.
No, so far, so good. I mean, the ditch has been taken by 3XR. So that is going to be a little bit of crossfire on towards those Type 5s, which is immediately what Katya notices. Starting to drive back here, and I think Aurora, they just want to full push this zero line still. The tanks have not been found, so it might be a surprise.
I mean, they have double Type, Baron, and then a few IS-7s coming over the hill. Versus 4 tanks stacking on line 9 with 1 on zero line. And a lot of tanks aiming from the hill though. From the middle, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, blind shots going back and forth now between both of those teams. So let's see what's going to happen here. The IS-7's starting to engage. The SCRV getting blinded, but that's not going to matter as Kylie, the first one into the fray, immediately down towards one shot here. Rams as well, but Piotr, the one to bear the brunt of the damage, also about to get picked up.
And Timmy there behind the wreck now moving forward. Lemmy will finish off Piotr with a good shot. Now these IS-7s from Aurora, they're stopping. They're actually running away. I think they realize that they cannot win this fight, so instead they're going to converge back towards the middle, and we've seen this a few times today.
We have indeed, as the bleed on the tanks of Aurora quite substantial. 2000 HP up currently. Make that more for the team of 3XR that essentially just have to sit and wait for the tanks of Aurora to make the mistakes, because those Type 5s are not going to be rotating anytime soon. Yeah, there's a lot of tracers going towards the A6 area, but not a lot of damage dealt, actually. And the problem now for Aurora starts becoming that, well, those Type 5s, they have a lot of HP, yes, but they can't really react towards what 3XR is doing.
Aurora now establishing toward the ignite from Fairly coming out on towards the like. Look at that HP of that Dravets, a big peak there. Terrible peak, actually. Minus 2k on that Dravets HP. It's pretty even, and Aurora now slowing down the game, but they have to be really careful. Those tanks at the 6-7 line, they're the ones that could start getting picked up by Zero Line slowly but surely.
Yeah, now 3XR also re-establishing the position where Piotr got overrun earlier, but that, I mean, they're going to be sending maybe the Dravets there to start controlling the hill hold down, and as soon as that happens, the Type 5s that are on that 6-7 line that you mentioned are going to be dead in the water as well. They need to make a move at some point in time, but where are they going to be moving to? Because there's not really a lot of yellow tanks close that they could be pushing on.
I mean, Chucky and Itox, they're trying to get some damage on towards those tanks on the 7 line. While Aurora is in the meantime grouping here around the middle. They might use Jakefa and Katja and Magnus as taking the damage and then pushing with the rest of them. But that's going to be costly.
Indeed it is, and as time ticks down, the advantage for 3XR becomes very, very apparent. Jakefa here with a peak and a trade, but that was not a very good one, paying over 2,000 to be able to put a singular shot in towards Milo that gets picked up now. Vervi and Baron starting to drive into the ditch, but Vervi double-tracked, so it's going to be the 1v1 with Clorf and Brainbreaker approaching. They're just going to be blowing Baron out of the water, and with that, Aurora doesn't really have a lot left to react with.
No, they're starting to move Scatter back towards 1-2 line, but that's going to take a while, and all this time 3XR just take back the hold and control it. You know, the push comes out, the re-push comes in, pick it up. Ios gets spotted out in the CS63 though, needs to be careful. He's going to be forced away. He has spotting equipment as well, but Alex is pushing him back.
Alex is pushing him back, but really, the fact that he's spotted there for 10 plus seconds and only a singular shot of damage connects should tell him how little Aurora have on this 1-2 line. Only a singular Dravets that realistically cannot really push, even because he has to cover the Type 5s in middle. And Aurora, after all of this, they're still the attacking team, but 3XR just doing such a tremendous job of essentially pushing them back, not giving them any opening to work with.
Lemmy in the I7 also lost a lot of HP in the meantime. Click, not the greatest of peaks, down towards the one-shot. Scatter actually picks him up as well, so the SCRV putting some good shots in. And as a result of that, we can see now that it's still playable for Aurora.
It is indeed playable, but they need to find some kind of way to actually use the HP on the high HP tanks that they have. They have that singular Dravets on the one line that could be making any kind of move, but that is basically a card that you can only play once. The SRV is also going to be covering here, and Alex actually with that EBR inching ever forward. He does have the full spotting equipment, of course, on the EBR, just needs to be careful to not get spotted out by Mentos, who is in the EBR of his own. But Ios now, I think, starting to retreat because he's going to be feeling rather uncomfortable, knows that he's going to possibly be outspotted.
Some good blinds from Scatter or Sabo towards where most likely Ios would be. And now Alex is very deep in the bush line. Mentos hasn't been spotted. Sabo gets spotted out, driving down. That's not good from Sabo. Takes a shot immediately in his Dravets, and now needs to be careful, of course, as well, because of that. A little bit greedy the way he drove. Could have been doing that a bit better.
Well, I think he is starting to take a look at the clock. That is below 3.5 minutes now. That is all the time that Aurora have to work with, after all. And let's see, looking here, bouncing a shot, but I think giving one with the Dravets of his own. And I believe Aurora now starting to bunch up here for a big push. Katja, the first one to peak with that Type 5, wants to tank all of the damage, and indeed he does, as they manage to pick up Miku, pick up Clarf, and now Nepal in that 1v2 in the ditch.
And they will find Nepal as well. I mean, Albertic will take another shot, but Timmy picks up Like, that's from the hill actually. A really good shot out of render for sure from where he was. It's a really good shot there from Timmy. Now Alex has 1-2 line. Slowly but but steadily clearing a little bit deeper. And 3XR are starting to be in trouble, man. Yeah, the time is sticking low, but look at the positions. They don't have much left at all, to be honest.
I think Aurora, they're making this a very close call here at the end, but now Mentos will have to keep our eyes peeled on him with that EBR. Will he be able to pick up Alex in the EBR of Aurora? That would be a lot of presence on that 1-2 line. That would essentially be gone. Mentos, though, is the singular EBR for his team, obviously knows that he cannot risk his tank easily, so he's not going to be super aggressive on the 1-2 line, at least for now. 3XR, 2 minutes left. Are they able to hold on is the question. They also do still have the HP advantage.
Alex is starting to move down the bushes, will not hit the trees. That's the most important part there. Does he outspot Ios at some point? Oh, that's a good question. 1 minute and 50 seconds remain. No, Alex gets outspotted by Ios. He's dead. Immediately, Rishek picks him up.
That's kind of crazy that the Hurricane doesn't get spotted there. Probably has the low noise as well. And now YOLO, with the EBR of his own, needs to make something happen. But we just saw how close the EBR from Aurora got, and YOLO immediately outspotted by the Hurricane does get picked up as well. Ios doesn't even get spotted for that last shot here. There must have been a tree in the way, and now all of a sudden with 1 minute and 20 left, Aurora starting and trying to push everywhere, but they don't really have anything left to push with the HP. They're just lacking.
Yeah, they just had no way to really pressure the middle out anymore, and that's a big problem there for Aurora. Just not enough HP to actually do anything left on the middle, nothing to peak with, and the EBRs, you know, the CS63 outspotting them. And it will be 3XR winning the first round, but not as confident as we would have hoped, right?
No, 3XR with a pretty passive approach in this first round of Prokhorovka, but I mean, if it works, then who are we to blame them? Scatter with the Assault STRV, and that is desperate times, desperate measures as well for that STRV, but it's not really going to matter. Mentos is just going to be sitting there, outspotting him, and, well, I mean, the game was still ongoing, and back in we go to show the last seconds. But of course, we know the result already, and that is going to be 3XR 1, Aurora 0.
Exactly. Where's Piotr? Ah, he's there. I see him. I see him. I was wondering where he was. He's in the bottom, in the I-7. This was a really...
He was the first one to go down.
This was a really close round at the end.
Yep. Alex bouncing on Timmy actually in the last second of the game, so no stats padding for him, but, well, he's going to be happy regardless with this first victory where, to be honest, if we take stock of the situation at the end, well, 3XR still with a full HP light tank, whereas, you know, Aurora had 0, and that, of course, means even if the game goes longer, then still, 3XR was very, very likely to win.
For sure. So, good stuff from 3XR at the end to close out the round. Aurora trying their best, but sometimes your best is not enough. But you could see their style, you know, playing a lot slower. And sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, but to be honest, it is a trademark of very good teams to be able to play multiple styles, right? One, it gives you a lot more options, and two, it makes you just that little bit unpredictable against the opposing teams that don't really know what's going to be coming. I mean, Aurora tried something funky here with the triple Type 5, but, well, we clearly saw that it wasn't working. And to be honest, I have to kind of ask the question here, what exactly the plan was? Because on a large map like Prokhorovka, you can take a couple mouses, sure, to take the shots, or a couple Type 5s if you're so willing, but if a third of your team consists of those kind of tanks, then you aren't really able to rotate effectively anymore. And this just gives the opposing team so many opportunities to do something. Maybe Aurora were hoping for 3XR to just over-push middle, like at the start, as we've seen, for example, Invil do before. And then, of course, you know, there's 5 Type 5s. That is a lot of HP they need to go through, first of all. But 3XR had a different game plan, and this means that they're just, to be honest, fairly easily able to get this first point here.
Fairly easily. I mean, it wasn't that close at the end because of the time, but I don't think they were that happy with the way that the game played out either. There's some interesting peaks there as well.
Yeah, and the fact as well that you know, either side had essentially tanks that tried over-peaking the middle and completely got obliterated, like 2k plus in some of those peaks that they did for a singular shot, or even getting set on fire. Not that you can really control it so much, but, you know, you can control that you take damage if you aren't really forced to do it. So I guess that's where the issue lies there.
The good thing for 3XR is that it's best of 5, you know?
Yep. And they're a third of the way there. And for Aurora, I guess the good news is they will only need 3 rounds total to advance.
Exactly.
But as it stands right now, doesn't really look that likely, to be honest.
In a best of 5, you very quickly reach those 3 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if Aurora plays 5 type 5s on attack, how many do they play on defense, huh?
I hope not too many, because really I'm not the biggest fan of super heavies on Prokhorovka, but the secret is about to be lifted, and the answer is, well, 0 type 5s for Aurora. I was just about to say let's wait until they finish changing tanks, but obviously that's not a thing in 15v15, and so 3XRW are going to be starting with double EBR, STRV, 5 IS-7s, and 7 Dravets.
In return, Aurora, double STRV, double 279, mounts, double EBR, quad IS-7, and quad Dravets as well. Mainly going towards the east in the beginning for both teams. Look at that movement. I mean, 3XR straight pressuring east, but Aurora is going to face them there. That's ideal for Aurora. If the push happens, they're going to decimate it.
Well, let's see. A 7-line push by the tanks of 3XR coming in here. That's a lot of Dravets together with the IS-7, and, well, that is a lot of shots towards that EBR of IOS, but only one connecting so far. But now the power move by 3XR, it does get spotted out, and immediately reaction by Aurora, sending a lot of tanks in towards the lower side, in towards the river here. YOLO with that EBR getting spotted as well, but he is going to be trying to make his way away from those IS-7s that are really all pushing. The question is it enough to really attack and drive over the tanks of Aurora that are already here, are already in position? Not a lot of damage so far on Milo, but that's about to change.
Terrible damage actually on Milo. He manages to cross over. Now the rest of the 3XR team arriving in these positions, but Aurora not stopping, continuing to drive. The SRV is on the hill already. Albert, Baron, Kylie just pushing past as well with their own tanks. From above comes the SRV of Jakefa. A little bit over eager, to be honest, in that one. Wants to get involved, but needs to make sure that he doesn't get down altogether. Pushing back now, rerolls towards 800 HP as well, and Aurora will clean up the riverbed, you would assume, looking at the current situation. Although there's Dravets is coming back in, this initial damage hasn't been all she wrote about at all for them. Milo should have basically died. Now Kalium and Sabo are going to die in return, and I think Invo will actually 3XR would actually clean up the last remaining IS-7s here as well.
Yeah, Kalium about to go down, and Piotr still full HP with that IS-7. They're now going to start aggressing on towards Vervi and Baron in the IS-7s of their own that are trying to stay away, but it's just too many guns for the side of 3XR. Still, though, Aurora, they do have the HP advantage at this point in time, and some good positions as well. The IS-7s are holding on for the time being. Baron will be able to make a shield for Vervi, possibly, and then it's really terrible for Miku, Piotr, and Chaki in those tanks as they are being peaked from two sides. Essentially, Chaki already paying the ultimate price.
Yeah, and there's something as well that we didn't mention. On top of the hill, there was this moment that the EBR pushed on towards the SCRV and actually killed him, which was Rishek on the hill, who was trying to help towards his teammates. Mentos, I think, is losing this 1v1 as well. Doesn't really matter because YOLO made it 2v1 nonetheless. And Aurora, even though the damage wasn't so clean in the beginning, they do pick up the round. They should have won this much more convincingly, though.
Indeed, 3XR trying to just completely create an overmatch here in the northwest of the map, but Aurora, they had just about enough with the tanks that they had in position. And now Itox with that Dravets on the other side of the map didn't really have any say in the way that this game played out. I mean, he played very carefully as he's still full HP, but little is it going to matter as the Hungry Sharks are closing in. Good HE into fire coming out from Itox on towards YOLO, but it's not going to help.
Yeah, it's going to look good on the statistics, though.
Well, the statistic is going to say that a 3XR will lose this round, so I don't think Itox really cares too much here. As Magnus with the mouse, the mighty mouse even, starting to come in. And, well, it's going to be Scatter with the SGRV to finish it off, making it all even after Prokhorovka 1-1.
Well, 3XR tries to press the issue, and in return they get the press back. And the one thing, you know, Aurora should win this, like I said, much, much easier. The fact that they don't blow up the size 7 crossing over, which is Milo, is disgraceful. Like, you know, you have to hit that shot at that point. I understand, you know, it's not Onslaught, so the gun's a lot worse, but still. It's not really an excuse.
Yeah, and maybe we'll see in the post-battle results what exactly happened here, but to be honest, it was kind of well played from Aurora as well to be able to take out the 3XR STRV when they did. You can see Rishek, he has a lot of damage, but that could have been decisively more if the EBR, one of the EBRs from Aurora didn't went and just took out that STRV, and from there on out, it was just crossfires everywhere for 3XR. I think the way that Vervi and Baron played it was also very, very smart. They basically forced the 3XR players to go into an unwinnable crossfire. So, yeah, good job with the continuation of the situation, but I have to agree with you. Aurora at the start of the engagement really missing out on a lot of damage, and in other games, that might cost you. That is Prokhorovka done. We are going to be headed to Cliff, so Aurora's map pick getting split. 3XR wanting to do better on Cliff, though, than they did before.
Yeah, I hope so, but Aurora probably not too unhappy about 1-1, you know?
I think they're okay with it. Normally, you know, if you're the underdog team, which I think it's fair to say in this case Aurora actually is, you kind of want to split all the maps, because if you don't split them, then it's very likely that the opposing team won it. But here, 3XR, I think they're just looking for an easy knockout punch on Cliff, just to be able to overwhelm Aurora. Because we just saw, once again, Aurora, they're a team that like to play very slow and controlled, like methodical. 3XR, though, if they're able to, you know, really turn up the heat and make the gameplay quick, then we'll have to wait and see if Aurora is actually able to adjust.
Now, on Cliff, how does Aurora play slower on this? Because you can't, normally.
I mean, we have seen attempts in the past of trying to park the bus on Cliff, but really none of those were met with a lot of success, so I don't think we're going to be seeing any of this. We haven't seen any arties yet either today, and I don't think Cliff is one of those maps that really lends itself towards it, but, you know, it might.
I mean, I don't think we'll be seeing any RD anytime soon, Kihan, even though you would love to see that.
I mean, maybe tonight during the NA matches, because at 11 p.m. UTC, that's midnight Central European time, the NA matches are going to start. What do you think is going to happen?
I don't think there's going to be too many IDs, Kihan. I have to check my strats card.
Just don't leak it.
You know, if you get a leaked strats card, do you trust it? You know, that's the question.
Mind games, mind games, mind games. Those are going to be played in the coming round as well. Either team might be able to go to match point here. 3XR, not a lot of subtlety in the lineup. More like brute force attempt. Double CS and 13 BZ75s. I believe that's actually Aurora, though.
This indeed. 3XR with the 4 CSs, 11 BZs, so 2 CSs more for 3XR, and that's it.
Well, let's see. Teams are correct now, and as we can see, there is a singular BZ that seems to have timed out for 3XR, but there is a secondary one that's getting sent towards 1-2 line. A lot of tanks driving towards the middle for 3XR, though, and the same thing can be said for Aurora. Alex with the CS is going to cross over. He is going to spot out the hit squad of those CSs from 3XR as well that make it over without taking a singular shot of damage.
So 3XR does established the 1-2 line. Now the damage on the crossing, how significant is it? Good shots coming out on towards these BZs. Baron, Aladdin down towards a one-shot in his own BZ. And now 3XR repressure in the middle. They're already up 3000 HP. Aurora establishing that lower side just like we saw before. But there at the meantime, they're getting overrun in the middle. Timmy left out to his own devices, gets picked up straight, and now 3XR peeking out with the rest, and in return they might be able to repush the 2-line with the CS63s. What they're doing, they didn't realize that there was a BZ coming up from the lower side though, and Like and Milo are in a little bit deep with their own BZs, a little bit premature even. Kylie backing off, but they're still getting the kill after kill. Aladdin dead, Feely dead. Finally, somebody goes down on the 3XR side. It's Like, but they've already picked up so many in return. 5 tanks down for the side of Aurora, and it's not about to stop anytime soon. The 2-line repush is underway as well, simply because those tanks had to help towards the middle, and as a result we can see 3XR up 6000 HP and plenty of guns as well.
I mean, keep in mind, one of the BZs of 3XR is still out of the battle, but that doesn't seem to matter, which is kind of crazy. 3XR winning 14 versus 15 here in this first round of Cliff. Yes, Rishek is going to get picked up, but that might be all she wrote for the team of Aurora. Jakifa and Lemmy on the hill are going to have to fend off against Chucky as Piotr picks up Albert, and the kill feed for 3XR, it just doesn't stop. They're able to easily win this first round here. They're making Aurora look foolish.
Well, it's going to be match point for 3XR. They do the damage from the crossing, and then they kind of pummel through the middle, where there's a few tanks out of position as well. You know, like Timmy a little bit out of position. It's run over, and as a result, it is match point for 3XR. Like we said, it's a best of 5, so...
Yeah, and this one, I mean, it was an extremely quick round, and the fact that 3XR essentially were playing with a man down and still winning decisively like this is kind of crazy and extremely concerning if you're holding it with Aurora.
Yeah, so nonetheless, good stuff from 3XR. You're winning 14v15, just, you know, styling a little bit. Makes it all the sweeter. And Cliff was always going to be a hard map, I think, for Aurora.
Well, they're going to have to start surprising now, because what happened in the last round, it certainly wasn't pretty for them. You cannot really fault the hit rate, to be honest. The pen rate, maybe a little bit. Look at that discrepancy. Aurora having a pen rate of below 80%, whereas 3XR above 92, almost 93. Kind of crazy.
I mean, it's kind of what you were hoping for, right? On Cliff?
Yeah, for 3XR, definitely. I mean, you need to just push up, push over, pen your shots, and that is exactly what 3XR did. And at least the penning part was kind of lackluster for Aurora. Of course, you can't really, for example, fault Aladdin. Like, it's just FC call to cross over, then he loses all of his HP, goes down towards a one-shot. Sometimes it do be like that. But overall, 3XR with less tanks still able to do more and to do more things effectively as well.
Well, 3-1 Kiad. That would be my prediction as well. What was that, your prediction as well?
3-1. I mean, the only one out of the game right now is Ian.
Unbelievable.
But, I mean, maybe that's just kind of a rookie mistake. It's like, you never really go for the 3-0 unless you're very, very sure. And I think Aurora is just too good a team to completely count out in something like this.
Aurora winning a second round on Cliff?
After seeing this first one, I don't see it, coach. I don't see it. They can, of course, prove us wrong, but, you know, whenever something like this 14v15 stuff happens, and, I mean, kudos to the guys of 3XR as well, right? They know that they're starting with a man down, and they still see the overpush, take it, and win decisively. Like, there could be other teams that would be like, okay, let's wait for the 15th guy to come back as well, but, you know, 3XR just immediately seeing the opportunity, seizing it as well, and rightfully so.
Let's see. Let's see what we can get in this second round of Cliff. I think it's a 3-1, bro.
Same here. This first round on Cliff by Aurora just didn't inspire any confidence whatsoever. And like the thing is, if you're playing such a match like this, and you're losing such a round, if you're Aurora, then the spirits are going to be kind of low as well, right? Because you know that realistically you didn't really stand a chance and you just got completely outplayed. The enemy team drove at you and we're like, yeah, we're just better. We're just going to win. And there was nothing actually that the Aurora guys seem to have been able to do. So if 3XR are going to be able to repeat that, that's going to be impressive.
I mean, 3XR versus Invil is kind of like the expected final, no?
Well, we had it once today already, and to be honest, Invil looked like they were almost on another planet, completely schooling 3XR here, and now you see kind of the difference in skill, at least in the last round, between 3XR and Aurora. So match point now for the team in yellow. It's going to be quadruple CS and 11 BZs.
In return, Aurora double 50B, double CS, and STRV, and IS7, and the rest being BZs. So a little bit slower. The STRV can be a powerful tool, though, to have.
It can be. Then again, it's just one of 15 tanks. Admittedly, it does have a lot of DPM, but as soon as the first tank gets hit by an STRV, he is going to be calling that for the rest of his team. And they will know. First of all, though, quadruple CS from 3XR is going to be crossing over towards the donut area. All of them are getting spotted, and a good shot in towards Clove that gets answered by a shot into Alex. And now Aurora on that 1-2 line are going to be starting to bleed a little bit for the cross, but they are going to be able to sandwich those CSs that are a little bit over-eager, but in comes the hit squad, in come the heavy boys. Immediately Lemmy able to pick up Clurf, but now 3XL with that costly repush into the donut.
Yeah, but they do have an overmatch here, though, and the 50Bs are out of the fight, and Aladdin is dead. The 50Bs did some damage on the tanks once 1-2, but right now 3XR is finding success back on towards these BZs, but Magnus, YOLO, and Stabo pulling back towards the lower side, forcing 3XR to chase them all the way into the 50Bs, which are going to be coming back in soon as well. Magnus finds the kill in return, and Drakefa and Philly, they have 3 shots between them, but those 3 shots might be all she needs to get this one in the bag. Miku will fall in his BZ75 pretty soon as well, and Nighthawks in that CS63 pretty much in trouble as well. And honestly, looking right now, Aurora has the HP lead. They just need to get Virui and those double 50Bs involved into this battle as well, and the SRV is actually putting in shot after shot after shot from that position. You can see that Tracer come out every 5 or 6 seconds or so doing damage, and 5,000 HP lead for Aurora. You can never count them out, I guess, in a clan showdown, because when it matters most, they will bring it towards a tiebreaker, and 3XR probably did not expect to be here, but it's what it's gonna be.
Absolutely, and now it is a cleanup operation for Aurora that ended up looking very, very badly in this Cliff round number 1, but round number 2 absolutely theirs, as Piotr, Brainbreaker, and Ios, the last 3 remaining tanks for the team of 3XR, and indeed, we are going to be going to tiebreaker.
Yeah, it is a tiebreaker. Unexpected. At least I didn't see it coming, to be honest.
No, I didn't either, and it's going to completely demolish all of our predictions as well. So, yeah, but to be honest, I'm here for it, because both teams have shown pretty good games so far.
Well, Aurora looks either great or absolutely horrendous.
Yeah, true, but well, this time around it's pretty great what we saw from them. So yeah, happy to see this one, and I think with this round here, Aurora are actually going to be getting the tiebreaker advantage, because 2 minutes 22 seconds, that is pretty quick.
I feel like that's an eternity for you, Kian.
What are you implying?
Nothing. I'm just saying 2 minutes and 26 seconds can feel like an eternity. No?
Yeah, when you're holding a very, very hot coin in your hand, for example, that can be the case.
Or when you're eating hot pots, you know.
Or you're eating hot pot, yes. I can personally attest to that. But yeah, that means Prokhorovka and Cliff both are going to be split 1-1 and we are going to be headed to Himmelsdorf as a tiebreaker. To be honest, quite iconic. We already had Glyph into Himmelsdorf. Feels like 2016 all over again.
Indeed. So, let's see what we're going to get. I mean, for 3XR, it's a bad rehearsal, though. If this is like a rehearsal for what's to come, yeah.
Yep. Now on Himmelsdorf, which side would you pick if you had the choice? Aurora has it actually, because their cliff round was 12 seconds faster than 3XR's cliff round, and well, both of the Prok rounds were pretty long, so...
I don't know. I think I would just ask the team which one they would rather play, because I don't think it matters that much.
Yeah, Aurora had the pick, and they picked South. And that is, coincidentally, defense as well. So, time is going to be playing for them, but to be honest, on Himmelsdorf, that doesn't really matter too much.
No, I don't think it matters that much. I think it's just a preference kind of thing then, at that point.
Yep. I mean, to be honest, the biggest difference between North and South on Himmelsdorf, especially when it comes to the cap, is that the defending side has theoretically this church that kind of divides it a little bit. So you're able to sort of sit in the cap and be unspotted or force like the defending team to repush if they didn't cover the angles properly. But other than that, especially since on the zero line on the approach to the hill, you can now also from the north go up unspotted. It should be fairly balanced.
I mean, yeah. That's change has been there for a while as well at this point, right?
Mm-hmm. Couple of years, probably.
Feels like it was yesterday, but you know, Kian's already pushing 40 in the meantime.
Oh, what do you mean? I'm closer to 30 than 40, all right?
Not for much.
I can still cope about that.
Not for much longer, buddy. Not for much longer.
Couple of years. It's fine. It's fine.
Is it a couple of years? So
we don't get.
Is it a couple of years?
Yes.
Hey, hi, Kylie.
Oh. Someone tried to sabotage the stream.
It's the joyous occasion of having a few cats. What can I say, dude? What can I say? Yeah, and it's already starting to sneeze simply because of looking at the cat.
It's the man. I wish I could have cats, but
I mean, you can get one without hair, no?
But to be honest, those I think they're kind of ugly. Not gonna lie.
Well, I think they're closer to an alien than an actual cat, but you know, it's
yeah.
Why not? At the end of the day.
But I heard they're very cuddly because if they don't have hair, then they're continuously cold, so they won't like come close. But
imagine you get one of those, and then it's like still a cat that doesn't want to cuddle you, and you're like really like, well.
Ah well. Anyway, though, while we've been talking, the teams have been preparing for what is going to be the last round of the match, and also for one of those teams here, because as we said, lower bracket, best of 5. It is tiebreaker time, and that means we're going to have to say goodbye to either Aurora or 3XR, which is kind of crazy, coming to think about it.
I mean, would it be the first time we see a team from the upper bracket also just, like, pummel down and just lose it all, you know?
Yep. First of all, though, all of our predictions absolutely down the drain. There is the possibility all of us are still going to be making 1 point from this, but there is also the possibility that all 4 of us are going to be wrong according to the team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, unexpected, right? Unexpected.
I mean, to be honest, after the first round of Cliff, I thought like, all right, this is it. Aurora is just going to get slaughtered, but they did make a good comeback on Cliff number 2, and this in turn means that now it's do or die for either of them. To be honest, Aurora winning, that would be kind of a big upset in my opinion.
I think it would be a huge upset, to be honest. Really. I don't know. I still don't see it happen, but it could definitely go. Just, you know, I still feel like 3XR has a massive advantage. They're going to try and do it with double E100, a CS, double 50B, and the rest of the rabbits. But just as well, Aurora with the double type, triple 279, the CS, the triple VK, and the rest of the rabbits could be the one pulling it across the finish line.
I mean, you actually missed the MBTB on Scatter. That's going to be an interesting one to watch out for. Obviously, a lot of clip potential in that tank, but a very, very long reload as well. As the tanks are going to start deploying here, and for 3XR, it seems to be kind of two-pronged there. You have a lot of Dravets on the 3 line. They are going to be kind of, I guess, stably setting up for 8 line with the 50B trap and only a singular CS on top of the hill as first spots are going to be getting exchanged. Piotr immediately set on fire.
Yeah, he's not going to be too happy about that. In the Dravets, Katja forced to run away, taking 2 shots as well. And Trixar actually pressuring the lower side against this lineup is low-key crazy, to be honest. Trying to fight against Type 5s, against VKs, and now pushing the lower side, looking for Katja, but there's reinforcements coming, and Trixar will realize now, and this should be the moment to pull a stop, because they know that the hill is empty. But Lukin is dead.
Oh, Baron? Hello? Almost, you know, throwing Katja out of the way here, but now the trades actually on the lower side have started, and Katja with the first kill on towards Lukin. That bites the dust, and in comes the repush. Those super heavy tanks from Aurora, the Type 5s, the 279s, together with the VKs as well. Milo kind of trapped here in this window with the Dravets, gets picked up by YOLO. That is 2 unanswered kills for the team of Aurora.
Now Brainbreaker forced to pull back into the courtyard. The danger here right now is for them to overpush too far or try and do too much. 1-2 line is actually the way for them to open this up. If they allow Mentos to farm everybody, he will do that. And Baron and Katja had a bad time here as well, though. In the Dravets is low HP. Fairy playing on the corners, gotta be careful. He has Sabo in support, but the HP is starting to dwindle. You gotta remember, Trixar started this with a way lighter lineup in return as well. And now they kind of find Aurora pushed back into their own half of the map, past the G line. And Timmy needs to wait for Kylie before he makes this crossing, that's for sure.
Well, let's see how this one's going to play out. Burvey with the swing and a miss in the Type 5 of his own. And Alex really on that 1-2 line is everything that currently holds the tanks from Aurora on that line in check here, as they are trying to, you know, create additional angles on towards Brainbreaker and like in those Travetses. Big hit in towards Piotr as well. That probably was the VK7201 with the 350 heat pen as well. Alex and Brainbreaker, they're trying to hold a crossfire here against the tanks of Aurora on the 1-2 line, but now as the situation calms down, 3XR with more HP, but the trades currently not favoring them. Rishek and Nepal both taking a shot of damage. Same for Itox. That E100 buff turret, it does not hold up against the VK heat.
And the VKs, you know, are a good tank for this. And now slowly you see the CS of Alex starting to make his way back towards the hill, and that is something that hasn't been considered yet for Aurora. That they could pressure back the hill slowly but surely. I mean, if the VK bullies back the 8 line, they could cross somebody else towards the hill.
Sabo taking a shot of damage, but I think really that 0 line is what we will have to pay attention for, because now the CS does get spotted for 3XR. That is Mentos on 1800. Alex cannot really engage currently with his CS because he has the lower ground and less HP, but if the CS on the hill does end up taking some damage, that might change actually. Aurora on the defense currently holding on, and they are able to kind of change the HP disadvantage that they had, even though they started with the heavier lineup at the start, in their favor. Good shot by Chucky though into Katja.
Yeah, good stuff from Chucky into Katja at least, but the HP evening out. The CS, you know, he cannot do it by himself on 0 line, and right now, I mean, Aurora is defending, sorry. So they don't really need to do anything.
Nope. Of course, the 279 will struggle against the E100 turret front scatter with the MBTB taking some damage as well. That is a tank that can really flip a battle in an instant, but he needs to get the opportunity, and currently this match is just not favoring tanks like the MBTB. It is all corner trades, alpha peaks that are the name of the game at this point in time, and I think Lemisandros is starting to get a little bit uncomfortable with his 279 because there's just too many angles. Mentos, good shot in towards Alex with the CS63. Wants to get even here, but Mentos smartly not giving him an opportunity, and all of a sudden Alex, half HP, cannot contest the hill at all.
Look what's behind him. There's an MBT and another tank behind him. Aurora seemingly losing 3000 HP in this time though. Right now, however, they're beating 3XR's timing. But the MBT going up, followed up by another tank behind him. Like will rotate, but that's a long rotation. That's at least 40 seconds before he's on the hill.
Ooh, the MBTB got spotted though by the CS63 because that one was smartly checking the 8-line approach. He can't actually spot that from the hill, so good play by Mentos. He doesn't know about Kalium though in that Dravets, as there is a singular Dravets getting rotated as well from 3XR on towards the hill. It has arrived already, and the secondary one is coming as Dravets. Kaliummangel, he is going to start pushing, but that is a lot of damage in towards the CS63, and once again, I think 3XR are doing a very good job of not really letting the MBTB get too close. A lot of damage, though, in towards Mentos that needs to be careful. A lot of guns are trained onto this hill at this point in time.
Yeah, the problem is indeed when this last Dravets arrives of like, they will win this hill. That's the big problem. He's full HP as well, so they're going to be able to bully Kalium, who's trying to get a shot on Ios, doesn't succeed. But now 3XR are actually pushing the 8-line with Hytox, Napal, Miku, and Risha going on towards Sabo. Philly taking some damage from the side as well. These 50Bs trying to get involved. Can they do it? Baron goes down, and now backing off again. They make a peek, they do some damage, they fall back. That's more like it from them. They should realize now that they're winning the hill, and that's really all that matters at this point.
Good shot by Kalium, but that's going to be all she wrote as he gets picked up by Ios, and all of a sudden the kills are starting to swing in 3XR's favor. Also, the HP 6,000 up currently. Yes, some of that is on the hill and currently not active and in the game for 3XR, but it seems like Aurora a little bit out of steam. The hill, it is just hurting them now at this point in time. You cannot really make any kind of push without without controlling the hill, and that is what is breaking the back of the team of Aurora currently. They would need to hold on for 3 more minutes, but Ducky, I don't think that is only 10 players remaining for Aurora.
I mean, I don't think so either, Kihan. But for 3XR, the bigger worry is that it took so much to overcome Aurora. And they haven't fully overcome them just yet. Sabo falls. Jakifa getting flanked by like. You know, he probably regrets his life choices to be in the Aurora team right now as well. Will get a few rounds under his belt, but now relegated back to the spectator bench. You know, feeling, right? Nonetheless, 3XR, I think, Keyhand, for them tomorrow, they're gonna have to be a lot better if they want to continue through the tournament, though.
Absolutely. Barely, but making it through is going to be the name of the game for 3XR, that make life very hard for themselves, but at the end of the day, they do make it through. They will make it to the second playday, and the same cannot be said for Aurora, although we were already counting them out after the first cliff. But here on Himmelsdorf, it's going to be 3XR winning out, and Aurora, the second of the past Clan Showdown, are going to be down and out, going to have some time to lick their wounds.
Yeah. Aurora gets to go back to the drawing desk altogether for a while. I don't even know when the next Clan Showdown would be. But plenty of time to prepare.
Plenty of time to prepare, plenty of time to analyze what actually went wrong here in a lot of those rounds. And I think for biggest problem for them was, you know, the past weekend. The fact that they actually had to start in the lower bracket here.
Yeah, and in this battle, the problem is I think they didn't realize that they could go back to the hill early enough either. They did that a little while earlier. But then again, you know, 3XR gave openings as well. You know, like, I think it was Lukin kind of was like, hey guys, let's push. And then he looks behind him and he's like, guys? I thought we were pushing.
Yeah, kind of hung out to dry, but at the end of the day, it didn't really matter too much as we have the battle results here. And yeah, Sabo, a lot of damage. And to be honest, we could see what the kind of thought behind especially the VK72 was. But I think the biggest problem for the side of Aurora, as you said, was that the repush onto the hill and the pushes in general that they did, it felt like they were never really done with a lot of conviction. Whenever they pushed, it was kind of disorganized. And I mean, at the end, when 3XR realistically had the hill and Aurora was forced into doing something, at that point it was lost. Because for every move that you make, you have tanks shooting and taking a toll from the hill. You're just not meant to win at this point anymore.
No, you're not. So, nonetheless, it's you know, Aurora, they almost did it. You know, almost almost. But like I said, for 3XR, this was not the general rehearsal that you would hope for at all. If they want to actually have a claim at winning this tournament, they will have to play a lot better tomorrow than they showed today altogether.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, we had that match against Invil from 3XR where they really ended up kind of getting schooled. And now this one against Aurora that didn't look too hot during the last weekend, and they really barely make it through because let's be real here, the rounds that 3XR won, they looked very, very good, but the rounds that they lost, quite the opposite so, and that leaves us for tomorrow with a match in between Invil and Rix, two teams that have a little bit of history against each other as well, but well, that is for tomorrow. First of all, today we have also one last match prepared, and that's going to be in between Kylie and a team we haven't seen yet. It is ooh.
Can they make it an ooh or an ooh, performance? Which one?
I was following the matches. Excuse me. I was following the matches last weekend, and they didn't look too hot. That's why they're also starting in the lower bracket, but let's see how it's all going to play out. Maybe we're in for a surprise after some replays. Take it away, guys.
They hit the bank with a tank?
But who? Most of his boys are either 6 feet under or doing time upstate. What kind of tank are we looking at here?
Italian medium tank. They call it Predatore.
Predatore. Tank theft. Bank job in the middle of the day. This isn't some two-bit crook.
But Angelo's gone. Just like the rest of Salieri's family. So, who's got the Predatore?
Whoever's bold enough to go for it.
Once you're in for life. Welcome to the family.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to the last and the final match of today. And as we're in the lower bracket again, it's also going to be the last and final match for one of those teams in the competition. But is it going to be Kylie or is it going to be O, is the question.
We need another name for that team. Oh, doesn't feel right, but yeah, first match of the day for O, Kylie being reduced to the lower bracket by Rix in a 4-1 scoreline. The scoreline doesn't tell the full picture. I think Kylie were pretty competitive, and I think the predictions are going to show that most of us believe that Kylie are the better team. So yeah, I'm interested to see what the score's going to be.
Well, the team of O, they do have some quite accomplished players on their team with Gilbert Jeffrey. That's just a different name for Leech Bear that a lot of you might also remember.
Leech Bear.
Yeah, that's quite an old name, right?
It is.
Together
I
with
love Leech Bear. Good friend.
With Lemming, Nogi, Umut Yarak, Alpha, Nicola. So there is quite a few players there that do have some experience, but those are not the players that usually make it to the finals. I think for them, already here to come into the playoff stage is a little bit of a positive surprise, but now that they're here, they obviously want to make it further.
Can't believe he didn't mention Immensive. My man Steven. He's got Silver Fist as well, I believe, so he has some achievements of himself. But yeah, Kylie here, you can see 1 Silver Fist, 1 Gold Fist, 3 playoff appearances, 3 group stage appearances, and a stronger team than we've seen before. I played a few times in trainings with some other teams against Kylie before this, and I think they're a stronger team on paper than they were before. A lot of players from OLS, so like you can even see names like Tanzov, Leveliard, Katsank, Evilok, Aphrodite, Attractive, Clowns. Like, there's a lot of names from OLS there, so I would have expected them to. But when they went into the match against who did they play earlier today? What's their name? I've forgotten it. Can't help me.
You mean Kylie? They played against Rix.
When Kylie played against Rix, I thought that would be a more competitive match than it was, because I thought this Kylie team is a lot stronger than they showed. But yeah, map picks quite interesting. Live Oaks, Fisherman's Bay, and Morrow. Live Oaks, a very non-standard map actually. Not that surprised that O took it. The teams that came over from the CIS region, the Ukrainian teams, they tend to struggle on maps like Live Oaks because they didn't have it on their server. So I've played against them quite a few times on it, and they're not the best on Live Oaks. So it's a pretty good pick by there. Fisherman's Bay again. I feel they're trying to go for those non-standard maps, right? They don't want to play them on Himmelsdorf, Cliff, Sand River, or what's the third? Prokhorovka. They want to play them on the non-standard maps. So I think it's a nice pick by them to pick Fishers and Morrow as tiebreak. It's pretty good.
Then again, I mean, Kylie are a team that have had deep tournament runs as well. I believe the best finish for them was a 2nd place. So they're definitely a team to be reckoned with. And to be honest, I think their lineup has just become better for this tournament. As you said, a lot of less experience here. And now we actually do see, well, the community, they hold it with Kylie. Let's just put it like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a surprise. It's not a nice thing to say, but this Kylie team, I did a couple of trainings with them, and the names you see on the right, they're established names, and they're good players. I do believe it's going to be Kylie. This was my first 3-0 prediction of the day. I didn't feel right doing it, but beating Ducky is going to feel so much better later. So it is worth it.
Well, let's see. I mean, yeah, you mentioned it. The name's definitely very established on the lineup of Kylie. Then again, there were a lot of players that also played in the weekend team this OLS, and well, they didn't have the best of experiences there. All of us going with Kylie. I'm the only one that gives the consolation round to, well, my mostly German brothers in O, but to be honest, yeah, for me it's kind of one of those 0.5s, not really one there.
Yeah, but the thing is, like you mentioned, Weekend had a poor OLS season, but Weekend, it was more down to leadership and in-game rather than players. I think the players performed fine. I think it was an issue with management. So I feel it's not a player issue. So those players in this team, if they can perform under good leadership, you know, what is it? Lions led by sheep, sheep led by lions. So we'll need to see. But I think it's not a nice thing to say, but I think a 3-0 scoreline is fair for this. This Kylie team is very strong.
All right, O coming in, and they want to surprise us all here with that score line. WBR, singular STRV, 22279, 22260, and that is 6 times the Dravets.
Yeah, on Kylie's side, 6 Dravex, 4 IS7s, 1279, STRV, and double light. Not a fan of that 22260 by... Ooh, you can kind of only play them in 2 places. You either push them underneath to the F3 position or you push them across day 1. So it's a bit limited with what you can do with that lineup. 260 just not a tank played so much anymore. Looks like those 22260s are going to go down 0 line actually, so it's quite a surprise in the beginning. Klajaklu spotting out up a deep in the city. Crystal takes some decent damage. Skittles, nice and aggressive. Crystal took a bit more than he needed to there, I think.
Yeah, he seems to be safe behind the house at this point, though. A lot of shots still whizzing his way, though, and that means that the tanks by Kylie that are driving towards the city that are spotted currently are not taking any shots. They are...
Look at the south, though. Look at south. Look at Hellmind running with that EBR. He is spotted running on that outside. Some shots are coming in. One connects. Quite lucky with that EBR to make it out of there. Probably should have died for that, actually.
Yeah, those shots that are currently whizzing towards him, not a lot of those connected, but it was a lot of them immediately. Kylie with the reaction, sending double IS-7, actually quadruple IS-7 and double Dravets probably into the ditch here. As Skittles with that EBR is just a nuisance, is an annoyance against the 279. That has been posted here in the middle of the map. Crystal tries to take a swing at Nikola, but it's not going to connect, as Skittles with that EVR might be able to one-shot Crystal now here. That would be one of the linchpins of Kylie that they could remove, as Kimono with the 260 is able to pick up Crystal.
Yeah, Oof are actually 10 steps ahead of Kylie at the moment. I don't like the fact that Nikola is staying close. I mean, right now they have all the information, this Mongolian horde that's approaching him. Nikola needs to pull back into a more defensive position, but Oof are completely 10 steps ahead at the moment. It's the team many of us predicted, 3-0, are mentally ahead. Nikola finally goes down to the low ground, but 700 HP, he will just be driven. Godix and I said they'll just kill him on the move there. We can see if he goes around the corner. Does make it around, so he'll extend his life just that little bit longer. 1 or 2 shots extra maybe. But Kylie doing what they need to do. They are repressuring the north, but in the meantime, Oof are repressuring city. It's really nice what they're doing at the moment. They're not being passive. They're ahead at the moment.
They're ahead. Nikola also getting a very nice fire in towards God before he bites the dust. Double kill actually coming out from Kylie at this point in time, as Nikola and Skittles, both of them immediately blown up. That is also the deep EBR of the team of O that has been removed here. So a lot of the map control that initially O had is now gone, and this is why we see the repush coming in from the team in yellow above the bridge even. That's kind of crazy pathing for those players. They need to overrun God, Templeton, and I said that is a lot of HP still that they haven't been able to take out of the game, and the fact that they went over the bridge means that they take so much damage for this. Finally, Dicta getting picked up as well. God still alive and kicking in that IS-7. Kimono going down to Kano, and now this repush by O is really, really costing them.
Yeah, the pen rate's not great. The bridge decision, one could call it controversial, one could call it suicidal. I'm not sure what the decision was there. They should win this lower part of the map. Sunshine goes down. Omega choosing to shoot Templeton instead of I said. Not great focus fire. Klajaklu goes down. That's vital. So now EBR advantage on Kylie's side, and it's all falling apart for Oof. Such a good advantage in the beginning, just lost with poor individual plays and decision making on an FC level. Really unfortunate to see, because they were in such a good position at the start of this game.
Yeah, no, the push over the bridge really wasn't it. However, not all is lost yet for O. They still have a few pretty high HP tanks to fight with, but I think the problem for them is that Kylie, they can just slow it down once again here. Still 6 minutes remaining. It is Kylie attacking, but they do have double EBR to play with, and that is, at this point in time, just too much map control, too much vision, too much firepower, and Gilbertus together with Immensive are now going to get picked up by a repush on the J and K-line language with that full HP. Dravets doesn't even get focused out. Gilbertus, the team captain, he does end up falling together with Immensive, and Kylie, they hold on and profit off of some pretty weird decisions from O. The pathing absolutely terrible in the south.
You ever watch an E100 go across the open on Malinovka and you think, what is going on inside his head? That's how this felt with those 260s over the bridge. There was no logical decision to go over the bridge. If you go low ground, there's nobody at G4 that could farm you. You just go into low ground, make those kills, and then you can play under them. Going over the bridge, you got nothing from this. You couldn't get any volleys in on the guys under the bridge. You got shot from all angles. Just such a strange decision, and losing these lights was also really important. Obviously, we only saw the south, but losing Skittles in that initial light for free, and then Kajaklu went to take his place, losing him as well. Kind of, yes, the south play sealed the loss, but losing both those lights was, I'd argue, just as important. But yeah, this was a strange one. Ooh, with such a good initial advantage. They were 10 steps ahead in this game. They had all, and they just let it slip.
Yeah, I feel so as well. It was more, to be honest, it was more O outplaying themselves here.
Yeah.
Than, yeah, I mean, obviously good reactions coming out from Kylie as well. Like,
not really. I mean,
I would say so. Like, as soon as O started making mistakes, Kylie was absolutely there and ready. It's just that the mistakes that O made were extremely unforced, very easily avoidable, and so it is like it kind of raises my eyebrows to see something like this happening.
Yeah, I mean, looking Skittles 1300 spotting, it's not that much, but yeah, you got taken out Kajaklu with 0 spotting. It's 3 tanks with 0 damage. 2 of them, Daikta and Kimono, going over that bridge. Really poor, just honestly poor decision making. If they just go in the low ground and kill those 3 tanks under the bridge, it's a super easy game. But that's the thing, it's boys to men, you can see it here. But the nice thing is that that defensive side on Live Oaks is the hardest side. So now they get, on paper, the easiest spawn. So we'll need to see what they want to do with it.
Also, I feel like, you know, it's... it always sounds a bit crappy to call out players like this, but for O, like the focus fire in the south push was
it wasn't good.
Really bad, and also the individual hit pen rates were not where you want them to be.
But pen rates you can live with if you're outplaying your enemy on a tactical level, which they did here. It was just that decision to push the bridge. You're throwing 3 260s away for nothing. If they push the low ground, they can sit in the water, they can shield each other. They can get under the guns. So sure, you're fighting 3 tanks, but you're going to make 3 kills. And then Kylie's forced to repush. Bear in mind, they have a light, they have an SGRV. They have tanks that are not fighting tanks. So you're eliminating fighting tanks, which is really important. So just a really unnecessary loss, to be honest. This bridge play, I don't know what was going through the mind of the FC, but it wasn't much intelligent, that's for sure.
I think it was also a little bit like uncoordinated, like the amount of time that it took for the tanks to cross over. Like the only reason why you maybe drive over the bridge is because you're faster, right? Because down in the water, the ground resistances are going to be atrocious, and this is why you maybe drive over the bridge. But you need to bunch up to limit the amount of exposure time that your tanks have up there then to not take a lot of damage while crossing over and still make the speed happen, which is why you're on top of the bridge in the first place. But even it was just so disjointed that I think
the idea was you do the 260s in the high ground and the guys in the low ground can't shoot the 260s because they're being pressured by the Draviks, but that just didn't happen. And 260s are pretty good soft stats, so they should go in the low ground. It shouldn't be an issue. But either way, we're here now. So lineups, full. What's that? 6 Draviks, 3 279s, 1 CS, 1 SGRV, 1 T110 E3. Bit of a niche pick there with double EBR.
And for Kylie, we have a singular EBR, triple 279, a mouse, and that seems like 10 Dravets.
Yeah, it might be the mouse from that right-hand spawn. There is a tactic where you put him in a house near the base, side on. He dies, but 279 behind him can then make a shield. So it's a pretty common one. If you see this mouse, you kind of know the enemy's going to play south. Because you can't really... You can play mouse in city, but you can keep him in like B5. But it's not necessarily worth it, really. But yeah, looks like Godix is going with Katsank. If U decides to push the A line, he will go side on, make the shield. And the 279 will be able to spot through his corpse because the...
Try a clue. I mean, a lot of tanks spotted here. 1 shot.
3, 4.
How many shots are in my EBR store? I know he's back in the garage.
What was the idea?
Come
on, bruh.
Well, Immensive takes some damage back, but realistically, losing an EBR in the first minute of the game is not what you want to have happen to you. A lot of shots coming out from all on towards the tanks that are now on the 9-0 line, but losing an EBR like this is absolutely crippling, especially for the team that is supposed to be attacking.
Well, it's HP for info. They got the info. I mean, I don't think EBR is that important in this. The main role of the EBR in a game like this would be capping. So it's not the end of the world. I'd probably prefer to lose an EBR if you already have one EBR than lose a Dravik, but it's just unnecessary. I mean, he gets the info from the bush. He just sits in the H9 bush, spots some of them coming, and then leaves. I mean, even a south spawn spot is completely pointless. You can just put one in the middle and one north, and the moment you see they're not coming city, you know they're in the south. So, inexperience, I wouldn't say so. I think it's just not good. Just unnecessary, you know?
Unforced mistakes.
Yeah.
And to be honest, like they have this E3 of Leech now holding the south here, and that, you know, so far so good, but what is their game plan here, really? They have Skittles in the middle with the EBR that isn't really spotting anything right now, and then they have a few Dravetses all over the place with 279s currently holding north, but, well, they are the team that's attacking, and we do see a lot of blind shots everywhere, both teams trying to clear the middle bushes, so it's just a matter of time before the light tanks take a bit of damage, but realistically, who cares about taking a singular shot of damage in a light tank?
I mean, it's impressive. I like the way Kylie is set up. They have everyone on those F0 rails. The EBR in the north is spotting in case they go under, so those tanks will give a volley. I really like the way Kylie's set up. The blind shots as well. It's, you know, in World of Tanks, when you're playing, sometimes you forget, even when you're sitting, you can be productive, right? So these blind shots, they're shooting through trees, and they're getting the angles right. When you shoot through trees, you can't see the low ground unless you have some unsavory mods. But you can hit those shots through the trees, and they're hitting them perfectly. You see, like, that's if Skittles was in that bush, he would be hit perfectly.
I think they're probably working with the ping feature.
Not that shot. Not that shot.
Well, that one maybe not, but they're probably working with the ping feature, and that's how they're getting those shots so well. But to be honest, the problem here for U is that, well, what's the game plan gonna be? They have 1279 pushed up through the north, through the city. He doesn't really see anything. That is Lemming here in the 279. Quite ironic that it's him in the singular 279, so it's not gonna be a Lemming train on the A line. But other than that, yeah, Kylie, you can see they're set up here, and they're very happily just blinding away. And I mean, the Dravets doesn't really have an unlimited amount of ammo. I believe 40 shots or something like that. But at the moment, it's okay for Kylie.
I mean, I like what U are doing, right? If they go on this outside, there's nothing that's going to spot them until they get into proxy spot range of that 279. And by that time, if they can drive through the 9 line towards K9 and pick up that 279 and Dravik, there's some potential here. It's... Yes, losing that EBR is bad, but you can see the train is coming now, and there's nothing that's going to spot these guys until they get into Ised's proxy range, which means he will go down. He will not be able to turn in time, so he'll get a volley in the ass. And Minaira, he can stay there a little bit safe, but he will die eventually. It's not bad, but they are spotted out now.
Ooh, That is a lot of damage. I said he is able to adjust a little bit as well. Will Lord above them now, but cannot go back, of course. Oh, Umot in the SRE getting spotted. I said now completely outflanked with the 279 is going to be biting the dust sooner rather than later. A last shot, a last hurrah coming out from him. Nicola, the one to kill it, as Manera now the next one on the chopping block. His position, of course, completely completely compromised. He does bite the dust, and in come the reinforcements from Kylie, but Lebelliard taking a lot of damage, even going down. 3 unanswered kills now coming out from O against Kylie.
Yeah, Kylie not going as a unit towards that corner. Now they're actually outnumbered. Yes, the HP is in their favor, but if U can play well here, it needs to be a bit of player skill to win this in the corner. You can see Dopa Deepa and Chrysler killing Lemming, so map control will go into Kylie's favor. So the longer this engagement goes on for, the better it is for Kylie. So they want to play a slow game here, but need to make these kills in the corner. If maybe one can just go up and over and they just make the kills quickly. They have the numbers, they have the guns in the game. Leech Bear is covering them from the back, so they can't overpeak too much. But you can see here, it's good at the moment. Right now, it's not looking that bad for... Ooh, the HP is looking bad, though. They need to pick up these kills.
They need to, as the teams are starting to trade kills here. Leechbear needs to arrive in that E3 to lord over all of them. Evil is able to pick up Dicta, and in comes the desperate overpush from O. They're able to pick up another tank, but still Leech in that E3 has not arrived. Finally, he is there with the 375 pen. Good shot in towards Depressed that does end up biting the dust. But as that one settles, actually, there's not that many players for O remaining anymore. Keep in mind, though, a lot of the HP for Kylie is actually on the Mouse and the 279 that are both out of game and not able to contribute to this fight here at the moment. Language also dying, and Clownzik's position is going to be not tenable for much longer because they have lost the Southeast. So O making a concerted effort of getting back into the match.
Yeah, it's a good concerted effort. I think Kylie made a mistake. They didn't know what they wanted to do. Did they want to fight K0? Did they just want to stay in G0? So people went over to K0 late. We saw Levelliard get absolutely deleted on the cross because what you need to do is you need to go as a unit. You go all together, so only one person takes a volley. So big mistakes here. But you can see Leechbear, the moment he gets forward, he's going to eat Godix for breakfast. I mean, in E3 versus a Mouse, I know who's my money on every day. Katsank, he's in the low ground in the swamp. He will just die there. He can't escape. He's on permaspot. So big mistakes by him. A completely free tank. And this is bad mistakes by Kylie at the moment. The only hope they have, their only friend is time at the moment. And Dopa Deepa. If Dopa Deepa can outplay Skittles, there's some potential here for them to draw this match. But right now, it's all about Leechbear, and if Leechbear can make these kills, you can already see he's given one to Godex, he'll give another one in a moment. Crystals cannot reliably pen Leechbear on this range, so but Leech needs to speed this up. You're running low on time, my friend.
Oh, good shot into the Mouse here as Jakubik's also coming close with that 279. Leechbear needs to be very careful not to get flanked, though, of course, with that non-turreted tank destroyer, but he has 2 Dravetses behind him that are kind of able to cover. Good shot by the 279 from the back lines in towards the lower plate of the E3. That realistically is the only weak spot they're able to hit at this point in time. Oh, the Cupola, though. A good shot coming out from Aphrodite. All of a sudden, Leechbear not looking so healthy anymore. Immensive getting pulled into the fray with the Dravet. Still a 2-shot himself. But currently, Kylie are holding on. 1 minute and 11 seconds remaining, as Dopa Dupa with that EBR is probably preparing to make a breakout run at this point in time just to stay alive.
Yeah, he's going to go up and over and try and kill Nogi. The big thing for U right now is Yagowski on that CS, full HP. He'll eliminate Crystals. Dopa Deepa makes the kill, but opts to go back into the low ground. Not sure that's the play, actually, at the moment. It looks like they want to break out into the south. Godix is peeking. Dopa Deepa going up and over. Immensive goes down. Jakub will go down to Dopa Deepa, and now he just makes a run for it. Leechbear should go down to Godix unless he makes that kill. Leechbear does, but Hellmind or Dopa will finish him off in a moment. I'm not sure what the HP is at the moment of Nika. It looks like 259. Yagowski does make the kill on Crystals. Dopa will make it on Nikolai, and after Dopa makes this kill, he can just run for it, but Skittles is coming in hard.
Skittles coming in, but who's going to kill Hellmind at this point is the question. Skittles getting spotted. Hellmind, is he going to peek and risk getting shot in towards the back of his turret? Good ram coming out from Skittles, but the problem is 5 seconds remaining. The EBR reloads for what feels like an eternity at this point, and Hellmind is going to be the MVP for his team as they manage to hold on. Oh, running out of time. It's going to be 2-0 for Kylie.
Wow. I did not anticipate them to lose that. I think Yagowski, the full HP CS, it took him far too long to push that A-line. You're full HP, brother. And Leechbear would be giving information that Crystal in that 279 is shooting him, so he's not lucky on the A-line. Yagowski needed to come in close earlier. He was a full HP CS. And I feel like him just delaying that A-line push really cost them this game. This really was Oof's game, actually. I think they made some mistakes on that K-line fight when it was where they had the advantage, right? They made some, but this was more player skill mistakes. But on a tactical level, Oof are above Kylie at the moment. You can really see it.
Yeah, I really do think the CS not getting pulled into the battle early enough really was the issue. Like, that was 2000 HP that realistically could have turned the tide of the battle here. And like this, running out of time, all of this, like, right from the get-go as well, if you remember, of losing an EBR early. And, you know, with an EBR, another one to boot, not only is that a little bit more damage that you have at the end of the game, a little more DPM in the whole team. Also, that EBR can just roam around so quickly that you're able to actually provide those shots where it matters, which is exactly where failed at the end of the day. And this means that on their own map pick of Live Oaks already bring themselves to the brink of tournament elimination. Now they have match points against them on Kylie's map pick. Of all things, it's going to be on Fisherman's Bay.
Yeah, we need to add a stat to the end game board. You know, how many tanks you spotted. He'd be on top there. But yeah, if the light was alive, we can say. But the thing is, you got to work with the hand you're dealt, right? We saw 3XR beating Tense with 14 on that cliff, so it can be done, and it should have been done. Oof should have done this. That was a full HP CS, 2,250 HP out of game, and he should have pushed that A-line straight. I don't understand what the logic was of not. So, just little things that are costing Oof at the moment, because on a tactical level, they're ahead.
I just checked. Kayaklu had 8 first spots last round, so a little bit over half the team.
Yeah, but that's not enough for a
suicide run.
No. What's the medal? It's enough for a suicide run. What's the medal in randoms you get for spotting? You have to win, but you have to spot like 9 or more.
Is it like scout or something?
Yeah, scout. The scout and patrol duty. Patrol duty is spotting, and scout is how many you see in the beginning. So I'm not sure if he gets enough for a scout medal, but you'd have to win to get it. So unlucky.
Well,
Leechbear had 7,000 blocked as well, I noticed.
I mean, he was playing hold down E3 the whole game against,
What, you can't pen that frontally?
It's sometimes problematic, I heard.
Sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Thought you can just swim in the in-game code, in the Matrix. Turn it to paper. That's how that works, right?
Surely. You just press the button,
Exactly. Just press the button. But yeah, Fisherman's. I mean, I don't think it's bad. I think, like I said, I did some trainings against Kylie before this, and they were not the best on Live Oaks, if I'm honest.
And to be honest, that's kind of what we saw. Like, on the tactical level, I think O was ahead, as you said.
Definitely.
But this is not Live Oaks anymore. This is now Fisherman's Bay. And this is why the pick tanks also differ a little bit from what we have seen. O coming in with an EBR, STRV, double VK72, triple 279, quadruple IS7, and the rest is Dravets.
Yeah, on Kylie's side, what's that? 6 Dravetses, single IS7, 5 279s, 1 bow combo, double Hori, and 1 EBR. Been doing a lot of thinking about Fisherman's. It's kind of like when you're the North Spawn, we spoke about this with a few of my friends. You don't really need an EBR. You just kind of have an EBR to counter the enemy's EBR, really. But Dopa Deepa, you see these players from Ukraine, they go so aggressively with their EBR. It's almost like they have a force field, They just never get punished for it.
Well, he does get a little bit of info as well about the STRV, for example, as no one seems to really be willing to commit to the one line, but whereas from Kylie, that's hesitation, from O, that's calculation, because they instead are pushing down the 7, 8, and 9 line. They're actually pushing the city with quite a few tanks, so Clowns and Laveliard probably need to start retreating here. They see all those tanks driving their way. Laveliard with another shot, but no damage dealt. That is so far a pretty cheap push coming out from O, but the reaction is there from Kylie. They're rotating a lot of their heavy tanks over the A line now, and to be honest, O, I think they're stopping here.
Clownsick? Okay, he was concerning me a moment there. I mean, it's such a sad thing, you know, we're observers, so we know, right? But if Oof just keeps pushing, glory awaits. But now Kylie have reinforced. I think they still do have the overmatch. I think Kylie have too many tanks in the middle at the moment. But they've taken these initial positions. They're rotating out. They still have that double VKK, who they can send one of those to the one line and use them against the middle. But look in the middle, Dopa Deepa, so aggressive in those middle bushes, getting info on rotations. Yeah, it really is the curse of the observer, you know, but they don't.
Well, let's see. Both of the teams looking to stabilize a little bit in the east of the map now, and if we're taking a look at the top of the screen, the tanks of O are starting to pay a toll here for every cross that they make in the city. Evil, Sunshine, Language, Laveliard, all of those Dravetses are now looking to drive a little closer, as well as Evil has a repair kit for his gun up and available, and seems to be hold down trading a little bit against Yagowski. No damage taken by either side, however. But yeah, Kylie, they don't really need to repush here. They're just threatening and waiting to see what exactly the team of O is going to do, and they do have this EBR of Dopa, extremely aggressive. He controls all the rotations. He sees everything that's going on, and this means that as soon as O start rotating out some tanks from the city, they're going to get repushed. Good shot by Godix, taking only one in return, but here we see a bit of action coming out from O now, who do start aggressing on the one line and the middle.
Yeah, it's really hard, you know, they pushed the city, but the thing is the 279 there, I think it was Hellmind who's now left, he was spotting the city rotation, so they're getting punished for it the whole time, but it's not bad. The nice thing about OO is that they're making the plays they have to make, and they're making them early, you know, they're not waiting until 5 minutes left to make the play. It's now 6.5 minutes, they've pushed the city out, they're now taking 1-2 control, but Kylie can rotate freely, and Oof can't. Well, they can now that the EBR's been pushed away, but Kylie know Oof have many tanks on this 1-2, so they don't need to over-rotate. Depressed and Lankak are rotating over just to provide some fire support. Yeah, it's a difficult game for Oof at the moment, you know, 2k down, no real positions. They've made the play onto Godix, and Godix will go down here for sure, but Lichbet pays a toll for that one, and after Godix, it doesn't get much easier, you know, it's a 279 on high ground, there's a Hori, it's just not great.
Well, Lichbet is the one to pick it up, but that was a lot of damage taken actually on those Travetzes and the 279 behind here, because those Horis, of course, don't really care that much about the armor. One shot being bounced by the Travetzes, but yeah, they do eliminate the i7, but where to go from there is the question, because the 279 is just going to keep spotting that corner here, and those Horis with the 360 AP pen are obviously a detriment to push into for any kind of tank, because as soon as Gilbert or Lichbet expose their hulls, the Hori is just going to melt straight through that.
Yeah, that's the thing, 360 penetration on that AP round, and Skittles is being spotted every time he tries to take that bush. 5 minutes remaining, and HP has just gone from bad to worse. 5k now. You know, such a sad thing to know. If they just kept pushing out that city, could have been glorious, but now you see Katsank, Aphrodite, they've made that camo shield, so nothing's going to be spotting them there, and I think Hori has enough penetration to even go through the front of that Dravik turret if they get a bit lucky, but yeah, it's just, there's no real way in for Oof anymore, really. Yes, they have one gun advantage, but you look at every side that there is, it's just so difficult.
I mean, Kano finally getting lucky, I guess, against the turret of the Dravets. And now the Horis, you can see they're contemplating a repush even at this point in time. Whereas Kylie in the city, they're just very, very well set up. The Horis are going to be repositioning to support the middle, probably at this point in time, because there is no immediate danger of Templeton getting overrun anymore in the 279 of his own. Instead, he might probably be able to push the Dravets and the EBR just by his lonesome. But the thing is, Kylie, they don't need to do that. They are still defending 6,500 HP up. They've equalized the guns as well, so far so good for them. They are firmly on track to actually make your prediction come true with the 3-0 here. I'm starting to run out of ideas as to how O can still make this one work. I mean, Templeton driving forward now, kind of unforced, to be honest. He doesn't really need to do anything. Then again, he probably wants to push the EBR away. Kimono, though, in the i7, taking 1,600 damage, paying with his life for what feels like essentially nothing.
Yeah, but it's kind of the death throes of this game, you know, like Kylie, it's not really throwable at this point. Such a nice opener by Oof. Really caught, I feel like they caught Kylie off guard, to be honest. And I think Oof were the better team in this game, in this match, to be honest. The live oaks were better. I think on opening, this Fisherman's was better, much better read. But just, I think a mix of just, you know, player skill, a little bit, and inexperience, I'd say. But yeah, we'll need to see to come back next time and perform to a higher level. But it's unfortunate for them to go out like this because, you know, I just started enjoying what I was seeing here.
Well, Yagowski getting set on fire, but Kylie now starting to do the hammer and anvil approach. Meanwhile, in the middle of the map completely, getting cleaned up, and this last pocket of tanks in yellow is also driving into crossfires. They're trying to eliminate some guns. Depressed might hit the dust here for Kylie, as it is the case, but that means only 5 tanks remain for the team of O that have had an appearance, albeit a short one, in this March AMD Clan Showdown. As Kylie, for them, it's now just cleanup operation, and they are going to be rewarding themselves with a spot in tomorrow's matches as well. So far, so good for them. After a, well, bumpy start and bumpy ride against Rix, they manage to really school O here.
Yeah, school is a strong word, I'd say. I think that on the live oaks, Oof were definitely better. I think on this one, even Oof went bad, but I think they hesitated. And sometimes when you hesitate in World of Tanks, it can cost you. And yeah, because of that, finally, Skittles, 17 HP in a dream. Kylie with some questionable shots on him in the late game. But yeah, I mean, deserved by Kylie, they end up winning it. And with that, me, Ian, and Daki's prediction is correct. And thank God, you know, today I had such a fantastic prediction day, so I'm very happy to be in first place. So,
well, first of all, we have to hope that we get back to us here after this third and last battle between O and Kylie. I guess we're still waiting for the battle results, and we'll show them to you as soon as possible. But
they really don't want people to see our faces. I mean, if it was Daki, I'd understand why, but come on, it's me and you.
But yeah, that was kind of not what we wanted to see from the team of O. I mean, the live oakses, you said it. They basically had, yeah, probably even the better tactics, the better pushes, but I think they just completely ended up getting outplayed on an individual level, individual decision making as well. And yeah, for Kylie, I mean, maybe it wasn't the cleanest on a tactical level, at least on Live Oaks, but to be honest, on Fisherman's Bay, they played that one very, very clean. So they reward themselves with a quick and easy 3-0 scoreline. They also reward themselves with a match against 3XRW tomorrow that beat Aurora earlier today. But of course, tomorrow we're going to be starting with the match in between Invil and Rix, the only 2 survivors currently in the upper bracket. Also, of course, today and tomorrow we have the Twitch drops. that are going to be going on. Talking about Twitch drops as well, we are going to be raiding Ducky after the stream, so if you joined late or you weren't able to claim them yet, then you will definitely be able to do it on Ducky's stream. And talking about that one later today, or rather tonight, also the AMD March Clan Showdown is going to be kicking off on North America. There's going to be another Twitch drops campaign for that one as well, so definitely stick around then. And with all of this said and done, Bunter, last words to you. What do you expect tomorrow from the first match? Who is going to be claiming the first spot in the grand finals?
In the words of Daki, tanks will fight tanks. Some will win, some will lose. And with all things, I think Invil will win at the end.
Yeah, World of Tanks is a game of tanks versus tanks, and at the end, the Polish team wins. At least
exactly.
That is how it has been in 15v15 for quite some time, but maybe there will be some upsets. That being said, thank you very much, everyone, for watching today. We'll see you tomorrow. Same place, same time. Have a good evening, everyone. Bye-bye.
Most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.